The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, we approach you this afternoon because we believe. We believe that not only do you hear our prayers, but you answer them. We believe that not only do you in your grace plan allow for the possibilities for which we pray, but in you all things are possible. Sure that you will respond to us and certain that you will fulfill the hopes we place before you, we offer our heartfelt prayers for the welfare of our country, for civility and respect among colleagues, for strength to serve both justly and mercifully, and the faith to heed your guidance in all these things. Lord, we believe. Help our unbelief. Even as we offer these prayers, we can't help but hold on to some doubt that what we ask for will be given, that what we seek we will find, given how hopeless things seem these days. Remind us again that faith in you emerges from our doubt. In you we find strength and weakness. In you, all we desire can be found. And so we yield ourselves to you as we offer our prayers in the power available to us in your most holy name. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, I demand a vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Salinas.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to wish Henry Haldeman a happy 100th birthday and to thank him for our service to our country during World War II. After joining the Army, Sergeant Haldeman landed at Anzio Beach in Italy, becoming one of the first Americans to begin liberating the oppressed people of Europe. From Anzio to Germany, Henry Haldeman and the men of the 14th Army Infantry fought bravely and sacrificed to begin the help of turning around the horrors of World War II. Receiving both a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, Henry Haldeman represents what truly made his the greatest generation. After returning home to Port Royal, Henry found joy working in his family's farm, growing corn and feeding young calves. His life has become a beacon of what it means to serve his country and his community, both at home and abroad. And on behalf of everyone in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I wish Henry Haldeman a happy 100th birthday and continued blessings to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise on Mental Health Monday in defense of the transgender community. Last year, lawmakers introduced 315 anti-LGBTQI+ bills. During that same year, a national survey found that 45% of LGBTQI+ youth seriously considered suicide. That is 45%. This year has far surpassed 2022's record, with more than 400 hateful and harmful laws introduced so far, including H.R. 734. Reputable athletic organizations like the International Olympic Committee and the National Collegiate Athletic Association have guidelines for the equitable participation of transgender athletes. With this bill, House Republicans are creating a problem where there isn't one because they think the American people won't see this for what it is, a ploy to distract from their failures. But this is not a game. It's a mental health catastrophe in the making. The trans community deserves our support, not our scorn. I urge my colleagues to consider healing over harm and to reconsider H.R. 734. I yield back. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Caitlin Clark on the Iowa women's basketball team for winning the 2023 Naismith National Player of the Year Award, the AP Player of the Year Award, the Wooden Award National Player of the Year, and the Honda Sport Award for basketball. Caitlin is a native of West Des Moines, Iowa, and attended Dowling Catholic before taking her career to the next level with the University of Iowa Hawkeyes. Her exceptional play this season captivated audiences far beyond the Hawkeye State. As a junior, Caitlin averaged 27.3 points and led the nation with 5 triple-doubles, including a 41-point, 12-assist, 10-rebound effort in Iowa's NCAA tournament win over Louisville to advance to the Final Four. The ESPN telecast of the Hawkeyes' win over Louisville averaged more viewers than any NBA telecast on ESPN this season, as Clark became the first player in the NCAA tournament history to record a 40-point triple-double. In a recent interview, she said, "I want my legacy to be the impact I have on young kids and people in the state of Iowa, and I hope I brought them a lot of joy." Caitlin, you most certainly were a joy and an inspiration to all Iowans and numerous Americans. We can't wait to continue watching you on the court and wish you the best of luck in the future. Go Hawks! I also want to wish a very happy birthday to my nephews, Matthew and Joseph Martino. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute advising similar remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Biden budget would destroy jobs, slash wages, and reduce economic growth, according to a new study by the Tax Foundation. The budget will raise taxes by $4.7 trillion and reduce economic growth. Americans are experiencing record high levels of inflation under Biden, and his plan will cut wages by a full percent. The newly elected Republican majority is focused on fiscal sanity, creating jobs. Congratulations, champion Matt Fitzpatrick of Sheffield, England, on victory yesterday at the RBC Heritage presented by Boeing at Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. I appreciate the success of Royal Bank of Canada President Dave McKay, Boeing National Strategy Director Lindsay Leonard, Heritage Classic Foundation Chairman Simon Fraser, and Tournament Director Steve Wilmot. The victory was special, as it has been a vacation favorite for the Fitzpatrick family from the United Kingdom for many years. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute advises.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, California has gotten a heck of a lot of rain and snow this year. We're very grateful for that. This after several dry years, Mother Nature and God has been good to us. Billions of gallons of water have flooded California in some areas, including the newly created Tulare Lake, as in previous decades. Our snowpack is indeed at near record levels, but so much of this water is being lost out to the ocean. California's water infrastructure hasn't been really added to in over 40 years. Now, we have a 1.5 million acre-foot project called Sites Reservoir that's been talked about for about 40 years, but in endless environmental studies and other hang-ups have kept the permitting process from being completed. All Californians, indeed all Americans, suffer because the food crops that we're growing in our state feed 90% of the country in certain types of crops. In 2014, Californians voted in favor of a bond to increase our water storage, yet the money gets spent on tearing down dams and taking away hydroelectric power. If Sites Reservoir was in place this year, it'd be half full in just one season with 750,000 acre-feet of water, and
gentleman's time
that
has
opportunity's
expired.
been lost. We need to get these projects done. I yield back.
The chair announces the speaker's appointment pursuant to 22 U.S.C. 3003 and the order of the House of January 9th, 2023 of the following members on the part of the House to the Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe.
Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, Mr. Cleaver of Missouri, Mr. Vesey of Texas.
The chair announces the speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 2 of the Migratory Bird Conservation Act, 16 U.S.C. 715A, and the order of the House of January 9th, 2023 of the following members on the part of the House to the Migratory Bird Conservation Commission.
Mr. Thompson of California.
The chair announces the speaker's appointment pursuant to 22 U.S.C. 1928A and the order of the House of January 9th, 2023 of the following members on the part of the House to the United States Group of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly.
Mr. Connolly of Virginia, Ms. Sanchez of California, Mr. Larson of Washington, Mr. Boyle of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House is in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that it may be in order at any time on Thursday, April 27, 2023, for the Speaker to declare a recess subject to the call of the Chair for the purpose of receiving in a joint meeting His Excellency Yoon Suk Yeol, President of the Republic of Korea.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1149 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1149, a bill to establish certain reporting and other requirements relating to telecommunications equipment and services produced or provided by certain entities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to exclude extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of House Resolution 1149, Countering Untrusted Telecommunications Abroad Act. The Chinese Communist Party, as we all know, weaponizes every tool at its disposal, whether it's intellectual property, a balloon, a social media app. That's why it's no surprise that the CCP-controlled companies like Huawei pose risks to our national security. And why it's important that we do not allow ourselves or our allies or our partners to be duped by the seemingly low-cost, state-backed telecom companies like Huawei. It might seem cheap, but the fact is the cost is much higher than many realize. You pay by allowing the CCP to control all of your telecommunications data, which, as history has shown, it can and will use against you. China's made no bones about that. So what does this bill do? It requires, number one, the State Department conduct a risk assessment and report to Congress on the presence of any untrusted telecommunications equipment or vendors like Huawei in the networks of defense allied countries. Number two, it requires the Government Accountability Office to report on Chinese and Russian telecom suppliers serving U.S. embassies overseas. Number three, finally, the bill tasks the State Department with identifying telecom infrastructure projects that would strengthen U.S. national security. 3 worthy goals. The United States has to be a leader on this front. We need to help our allies and our partners end their dependence on problematic companies like Huawei that are in the pocket of our adversaries. It makes no sense whatsoever. I want to thank the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, for her leadership on this issue, for working together on this important bill, which deserves our unanimous support, in my opinion. And in that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of the Countering Untrusted Telecommunications Abroad Act. And I want to thank Representative Susan Wild for her strong leadership on this very important piece of legislation. Telecommunications security is a pillar of our national security. If an adversary can partially or fully shut down your mobile network, then they have tremendous leverage over your diplomatic, economic, and security matters. And if an adversary can tap into your networks through back doors built into network equipment, then phone calls on national security matters can and will be surveilled. Given these dangerous vulnerabilities, it is crucial that Congress and the executive branch fully understand the risks. The Countering Untrusted Telecommunications Abroad Act will require additional reporting and analysis on the safety of our communications in embassies around the globe where, by necessity, communications will often need to be routed through equipment produced by the PRC companies like Huawei and ZTE. The legislation also calls for reporting on the use of unsafe telecommunication equipment by countries with whom we have mutual security pacts. So we need to be able to communicate securely with our allies and partners around the world. Crucially, the legislation also authorizes the State Department to engage in telecommunications security activities. Notably, I want to make sure I mention that one section of the bill, unfortunately, was removed from the version of this legislation that passed the House overwhelmingly in the last Congress and that passed out of the Foreign Affairs Committee earlier this year. That section would have required publicly related traded telecommunications operators to disclose their use of unsafe PRC telecommunications equipment. And I know and I believe that this is important information for investors to know, given the sanctions and export controls currently imposed on these vendors. It is also crucial national security information. Unfortunately, the Financial Services majority asked us to remove this section due to their disposition against explicit additional security disclosure requirements. While I accept their jurisdictional claim, the disclosure requires in this legislation were modeled after a Republican bill on Iran, and I believe they would provide important information for investors and bolster national security. Representative Weil is not pushing immediate aggressive sanctions. The removed section represented a sensible middle ground approach. Given the widespread bipartisan agreement on many issues pertaining to China, I look forward to working with all of my colleagues across the aisle on both committees to find a mutually agreeable solution to this issue. Even with the financial disclosures removed, though, the Countering Untrusted Telecommunications Abroad Act is important legislation that will move the ball forward on telecommunications security matters. And I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have a second unanimous consent request. I ask unanimous consent to place in the record an exchange of letters with the Committee on Financial Services.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, the author of this bill, the Honorable Representative Susan Weil.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. I rise in support of H.R. 1149, the Countering Untrusted Telecommunications Abroad Act. I would like to first thank my colleague from the other side of the aisle, Representative Radewagen, for co-leading this legislation. This bill is proof and evidence that when it comes to national and economic security challenges, we can find common ground. The purpose of the bill is simple: to investigate and respond to vulnerabilities caused by Chinese telecommunications companies in United States embassies overseas and among our close allies. For far too long, the world has stood by as Chinese telecoms giants have operated as vehicles for the Chinese Communist Party to commit horrific human rights violations against the Uyghur people, to conduct mass surveillance and espionage, and to supply technology to other repressive regimes around the world. This bill takes critical steps to ensure that our telecommunications infrastructure requires the State Department to report on United States collective defense allies that use untrusted telecommunication equipment or services in their 5G networks, and further mandates a report on telecommunication vulnerabilities in United States embassies overseas, and finally directs the Secretary of State to identify key telecommunications infrastructure projects designed to promote United States national security. Securing these networks is imperative when it comes to national security and human rights, as well as for our economic security. This legislation will help us ensure that the telecoms infrastructure of our country and our allies is secure and effective. The Countering Untrusted Telecommunications Abroad Act enjoyed overwhelming bipartisan support in the 117th Congress and passed the House by a resounding margin last September. I urge my colleagues to reaffirm our commitment to securing our telecommunications network by again voting yes on H.R. 1149. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and so I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Congresswoman Wild's very important legislation, the Countering Untrusted Telecommunications Abroad Act, will take tangible steps to improve our telecommunications security and thereby our national security. And I appreciate the bipartisan nature of which we have dealt with this bill in the 117th Congress and now dealing with it in the 118th Congress, working collectively together for our national security. And I believe that this bill should have every member's support. And I urge them to vote for the Countering Untrusted Telecommunications Abroad Act. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I yield myself the remainder of my time. Mr. Speaker, telecommunications and the secure transfer of electronic data are absolutely critical. I don't think I've met somebody that disagrees with that in today's world. They're critical to our national security, to our economic well-being. We don't want to get on a website that we think is unsecure. We don't want to reply to a text that we think comes from an untrusted number. We cannot afford the vulnerability that comes from giving control of this technology to the Chinese Communist Party or other malign actors. H.R. 1149 will help us get a handle on those vulnerabilities, forcing the Department of State to formulate an effective response. I again thank Ms. Wild for introducing this measure. I urge unanimous support for this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1149? Those in favor, as amended, those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1151 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1151, a bill to hold the People's Republic of China accountable for the violation of United States airspace and sovereignty with its high-altitude surveillance balloon.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to place in the record an exchange of letters with the Committee on the Judiciary and the Committee on Armed Services.
Without objection,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have a feeling that while there's going to be agreement, myself and the comments of my colleague over there might be slightly different, but I rise in support of H.R. 1151, the Upholding Sovereignty of Airspace, or the USA Act. It's an important piece of legislation because of what has happened to the United States of America and to Americans. In early February, I think everybody watched this on the news for days on end. Our nation found itself in what we thought was an impossible situation. Looking up into the sky, Americans saw a strange object floating overhead. Some wondered if it was a bird or a plane. Some wondered if it was a UFO from some distant planet. It was none of those things. It was a high-tech balloon sent by the Chinese Communist Party to spy on the United States of America and all of our people. It floated slowly across North America and the full width of the continental United States from Alaska to the South Carolina coast. In states across the country, Americans saw the balloon, but what was more concerning was what the balloon saw. It conducted surveillance, it conducted reconnaissance, and it came away with intelligence on the United States of America that we did not want China to have. Now, while the Biden administration sat on its hands, this balloon, minute after minute after minute, gained valuable information on some of our most sensitive military sites. We now know that the United States had been tracking the balloon since at least January 28th, that being the day that it entered U.S. airspace, but very likely before that. The administration hasn't disclosed exactly what day they began tracking the balloon. Yet the Biden administration didn't act. They didn't shoot it down, that is to say, until 7 days later, until it had crossed the entire breadth of the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, China is determined to topple the United States of America. Xi Jinping will stop at nothing to achieve that goal. We've known this for years, but in February, we saw the proof with our own eyes. This is not an abstract concern. We can literally watch it invade the American homeland. Congress needs to step up and send a clear message to the Chinese Communist Party. It will not be allowed to violate our sovereignty, to use American technology for its own military purposes, or to spy on American citizens. This shouldn't be an argument anywhere in the United States of America. This bipartisan legislation, it is an important step in sending that message and denying the CCP those abilities. This bill does three important things. It sanctions Chinese Communist Party officials who were involved in the spy balloon program. It requires the Secretary of State to develop a strategy to confront the People's Republic of China's global surveillance activities. And it requires the Commerce Department to consider export controls for U.S. technologies that are being used by the People's Liberation Army for intelligence and reconnaissance purposes. Under no circumstances should Americans know that the Chinese Communist Party is spying on them across the breadth of our country and know that their government is not doing anything to respond to that. It degrades the trust that Americans have in their government, in their safety, in their defense institutions, their intelligence agencies. That can't be what America knows about its government. This has been bipartisan legislation, so I want to thank the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks, for introducing the bill. Along with Chairman Michael McCall, I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill and in curbing the CCP's malign influence in the United States. And in that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Florida reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 1151, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am the proud sponsor of H.R. 1151, the Upholding Sovereignty of Airspace, or the USA Act. And first, I want to thank Chairman Michael McCall for co-leading this bill and for his partnership on the House Foreign Affairs Committee in presenting a united front on this very important issue. On January 28th of this year, a PCR surveillance balloon intruded our airspace. The balloon then flew across our nation, trying to gather intelligence from sensitive American military sites. This was an unacceptable violation of U.S. sovereignty. The Biden administration closely monitored and tracked the balloon while it was over U.S. soil and took action to limit the balloon's ability to collect useful information that the PRC could not gather otherwise. On February 4th, once it no longer posed a danger to Americans on the ground, the United States military shot down the balloon off the coast of South Carolina. President Biden safely and successfully took down the balloon in a way that allowed us to collect the debris and learn more about the PRC's surveillance program and capabilities. Since that day, the Biden administration has smartly declassified additional information about the PRC's global program and shared it with our allies and partners. We have learned that the United States and Canada aren't alone. PRC surveillance balloons have violated the sovereignty of over 40 nations across 5 continents. This blatant disregard for the airspace and sovereignty of other nations is not only contrary to international rules, it is dangerous and provocative. I've been deeply concerned by Beijing's response. Instead of apologizing, Beijing has resorted to denials and absurd misinformation and propaganda. Instead of making amends, Beijing has exacerbated tensions between our nations. Now, I know that the United States of America will not be brought down by any balloon. We are the greatest, the strongest nation on this planet. And that's why it was important to have this bipartisan legislation. And by doing that, the House can clearly declare that such a violation of international law and U.S. sovereignty will not be tolerated and must not happen again. H.R. 1151 calls on the administration to coordinate with our allies and partners and work within international organizations to call Beijing out for its repeated infringement of country sovereignty around the entire planet. It also authorizes the president to hold responsible parties accountable through sanctions and calls for reporting and export controls by the Bureau of Industry and Security to disrupt the PRC's military-civil fusion efforts related to its surveillance balloon program. Mr. Speaker, the PRC must respect global norms and values. And we must make sure that we are doing it and working with the international community. And it is, and when the PRC doesn't, the United States and the international community must stay together to hold Beijing accountable. And it's for this reason I support this legislation and ask my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Russia's invasion of Ukraine made clear that the rules-based global order is under attack. Russia and China are increasingly not just bending the rules, they're breaking them. The PRC's violation of our sovereignty is just one example of this. In the competition with China, we must be vigilant and vocal about upholding our values and upholding international rules. To succeed in this competition, we must be smart, prioritizing the challenges and strategies to address them, while working alongside our partners and allies. Diplomacy, working with our allies, our friends, and our partners. The PRC's global surveillance program was a challenge not only to the United States, but to the sovereignty of nations around the world. And it deserves a policy response. That is why this bill is very important. It is also why, again, I thank Chairman McCall and members of the House Foreign Affairs Committee working collectively in a bipartisan way. Thereby, I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 1151. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time. H.R. 1151, it is an important step in addressing very real threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party. I again thank the Ranking Member Meeks, and Chairman McCall for this bill, which earned bipartisan support in the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I believe deserves our unanimous support. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1151 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Speaker, on that I request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman is recognized. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 240 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 240, resolution condemning recent actions taken by the Russian military to take down a United States Air Force drone.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of House Resolution 240 to condemn Russia's blatantly hostile actions last month, downing a United States Air Force drone, downing one of our United States military aircraft. Think about the seriousness of that. On March 14th, while flying in international airspace over the Black Sea, a U.S. Air Force Reaper drone was attacked by 2 Russian fighter jets. Yes, it was attacked. The 2 jets flew in front of it. At one point, even dumped fuel onto the drone. Eventually, one of the Russian jets hit the drone's propeller, sent it crashing into the Black Sea. Let's talk about what this really was. Was this an American aircraft? Yes, it was. Was this an American aircraft flying in international airspace? Yes, it was. Was this an American aircraft flying in international airspace that was taken down as a result of Russian pilots' purposeful actions? Yes, it was. There is no version of the world in which this cannot be deemed acceptable Unless that's in Joe Biden's world, apparently. Let's compare and contrast the response of the Kremlin to the response of the White House on this attack. Vladimir Putin rewarded the 2 fighter pilots with medals for a job well done. Think about that. President Biden ordered altered flight patterns to avoid future conflicts with Russia. That's the difference in the 2 responses. We're having a lot of conversation about America being violated by foreign adversaries, the last bill and now this one. The Kremlin, they were sent a clear message by what took place, that this type of behavior, they deemed it commendable. They pinned medals on the chests of their fighter pilots. They rewarded them. The White House sent the clear signal that they're going to be bullied and they're going to be backing away. They responded with weakness, compromised our intelligence operations by moving us further from what we wanted to observe. When we were just debating a bill about China surveying us over our own territory with their balloon. These are the differences of what's going on in the world right now. By altering flight patterns and sending drones in the Black Sea further to the south, the Biden administration has degraded our ability to collect intelligence on Russian forces in the region. To put it simply, Putin lashed out. Very unfortunately, President Biden backed down, and now America is less safe. Vladimir Putin does not get a veto over U.S. military operations in international airspace or sovereign Ukrainian airspace, and yet President Biden seems determined to give him one. This is just the next domino to fall, in my opinion. How would the president respond if China took similar action against our aircraft in the South China Sea or in Taiwan? President Biden is telegraphing to our adversaries that the U.S. will back down in the face of the slightest provocation. He's giving Vladimir Putin validation that he needs, that he can simply threaten escalation in order to intimidate others into backing down. And he draws no red lines. This resolution condemns Russia's attack. It reaffirms that the U.S. will not be intimidated, something that we have to reaffirm in this body given what's going on. Certainly not when it comes to operating drones in international airspace. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this resolution, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Putin's Russia has abandoned all the international systems that help countries interact and help build good faith and greater security. As someone who believes in the power of diplomacy and dialogue as a path to peace, the state of today's Russia is tragic and testing of the international community's resolve. But I'm so thankful that President Biden is indeed more responsible than Mr. Putin. It is that kind of responsibility that is truly important, and that we make sure that we are utilizing diplomacy along with our allies together, not America alone, not America by itself, but America and its friends. That's what that restraint. I can recall, if you have a red line, it's easy to draw a line, but the person that's most reserved steps back. And if someone truly crosses that line, the United States is ready. That Russia ignores rules and standards is really not new. It's not surprising. But it has gotten to become more consequential and detrimental. We've seen Russia's ill-advised and criminal behavior into Ukraine. That's why the United States under President Biden's leadership has created the strong bond with our NATO and European allies and others all across the world. But again, when I think of March 14th and the Russian pilot's decision to release jet fuel upon American surveillance drone and clip the aircraft, it indeed was a reckless move that caused the drone to crash into the Black Sea. It was an unprofessional and dangerous maneuver. And it marked the first time since the Cold War that Russia has downed a U.S. aircraft. This incident added to the already heightened tensions between the United States and Russia as Vladimir Putin continued his war of aggression in Ukraine. And while our pilots and military work carefully to avoid such incidents, again, prudence, responsibility, I don't want to be like Vladimir Putin or the Russians, don't want to imitate them, but Russia is about to play with fire. So thankfully, we have a professional military that knows the power of restraint. But this resolution rightfully condemns the March 14th incident and lets them know that we're watching. And we will not be silent about it, especially here in the United States Congress. So I encourage all of my colleagues to support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams, the submarine driver. Their colleagues affectionately refer to them as bubbleheads. He is the author of this resolution. 4 minutes.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am equally honored to stand here with the gentleman and fellow veteran, Mr. Mast, and as well as my New York colleague, Mr. Meeks. America has always stood up to bullies. I'm a veteran of the Cold War, and for half a century, our nation stood against the tyranny of the Soviet Union. I volunteered to serve in the Navy, making 6 strategic deterrent patrols in the Pacific aboard a nuclear submarine. The mission was clear: to project strength, to stand ready to defend our nation and our allies, and to deter the aggression of our enemies. Today, we are reminded what happens if American leaders fail in that mission. The Russian military, emboldened by their invasion of Ukraine, making veiled threats of nuclear escalation, suppressing the voices even of their own people. They have deliberately provoked this nation, you and me. On March 14th, 2023, one of our MQ-9 Reaper drones, flying safely in international airspace and in accordance with international law, was attacked by 2 Russian Su-27 fighter jets. These lawless pilots dumped their fuel, hitting our aircraft in mid-flight, forcing an American reconnaissance asset to ditch in international waters. I remain shocked, not only at the unprofessional and reckless nature of the Russian pilots, but also of the Russian government's accolades and awards that it heaped upon them. Mr. Speaker, I am reminded from my naval service that the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. That's exactly why I have proposed House Resolution 240, a resolution condemning the reckless actions of the Russian military, resulting in a loss of a U.S. aircraft. The resolution is simple. It recognizes the events that took place, highlighted by the declassified video from European Command. It resolves that the House of Representatives condemns the Russian military's actions and reaffirms that the United States will not be deterred from operating our drones in the Black Sea. This resolution speaks not for a single political ideology, but on behalf of all Americans who desire peace. I want to take a moment to thank Representative Costa, who has joined me in this bipartisan effort of standing up to tyranny and the direct act of aggression against our military. At this time of escalating tensions around the world, we must speak out against brazen provocation. Today, the world can see that Americans across the political spectrum speak with one voice in condemnation of this act. By standing together here on the floor of the House of Representatives, we project strength by standing together. We reassure our allies that we are committed to defend ourselves and our friends. And together, we will ensure the peace through deterrence and unity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purposes of closing.
Gentleman is recognized.
Let me thank Congressman Williams for this resolution, along with Mr. Costa, again working strong in a bipartisan way. Congressman Williams' resolution appropriately condemns Russia's irresponsible and provocative drowning of a U.S. surveillance drone over the Black Sea. It lets Russia and the entire world know that the United States House of Representatives stands strongly together in condemning the actions of the pilot that downed the U.S. surveillance drone. And it says unequivocally that the United States of America will stand together and working together with our friends and allies against the provocative and, I believe, criminal actions of Vladimir Putin. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time. In closing, I want to thank the gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams, for introducing this important resolution. I believe that this chamber has to stand firmly against Russian aggression. I believe very firmly that the United States of America has to have big, giant brass stones. And if our aggressors show that they have bigger brass stones than what we do, then we will not be the leader of the free world. And I very much fear what is taking place right now. I will just say it like that. I very much fear what is taking place and allowed to take place in this world. I urge all members to support this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 240 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the...
Mr. Speaker?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
On that, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote in the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules with respect to H.R. 1151 and House Resolution 240 and agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the Journal if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business and the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mass, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1151 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1151, a bill to hold the People's Republic of China accountable for the violation of United States airspace and sovereignty with its high-altitude surveillance balloon.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 405, the nays are 6. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business in the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mass, to suspend the rules and agree to the House Resolution 240 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 240, resolution condemning recent action taken by the Russian military to down a United States Air Force drone.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 410, the nays are 0. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is in question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is agreeing on the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the journal stands approved.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that Mr. Rouser of North Carolina be removed as a co-sponsor of H.R. 386.
Objection.
Very good.
Where's he at? The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because my community is hurting. We're hurting because on Monday, April 10th, the day after Easter, the promise of a beautiful spring morning was shattered by gunfire, and Louisville joined the many communities across this country impacted by a senseless mass shooting. 5 innocent people were killed. 8 others were shot. And if it weren't for the absolutely heroic actions of the Louisville Metro Police Department, we undoubtedly would have lost more lives. LMPD officers Wilt and Galloway raced headfirst into a barrage of bullets. Officer Galloway was injured. Officer Wilt took an AR-15 round to the head. He is still in critical condition. I've talked with his family. His mother has asked for our prayers. If you are so inclined, please do so. We are here today not just to talk about how they died, but to remember how they lived. Dina Eckert, Jim Tutt, Josh Barrett, Juliana Farmer, and my friend Tommy Elliott. There was more grief. Shavon Moore was killed just moments after Monday's shooting in a separate shooting in downtown Louisville. And Saturday night, we had our second mass shooting of the week in Chickasaw Park, where 2 people were killed and 6 others injured. We lost our friends. Our community is hurting. We lost people who loved deeply, cared deeply, and had people who cared about them. People who made our community and our lives better, taken from us too soon. In the coming days and weeks, we will take up the fight on gun violence. But today, I ask everyone to join me in remembering those we lost, in hurting and healing with our community, and to offer a prayer for the families of those impacted, all of those impacted, including the officer currently fighting for his life. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Mr. Gentleman. Suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend Dell Spafford of Du Bois, Pennsylvania, for receiving the 2033 James M. Roach, the 2023 James M. Roach Spirit of Volunteerism Award. The Roach Award is the highest volunteer award given by the Department of Defense's Office of Employer Support for the Guard and Reserve. The award calls attention to significant achievements made by volunteers in contributing to and accomplishing the ESGR mission of promoting cooperation between civilian employers and service members of the National Guard and Reserve. Since retiring as battalion commander from the famous 28th Division of the Pennsylvania Army National Guard, Spafford has demonstrated the spirit of patriotism and service. For more than 34 years, Spafford served in the ESGR in many capacities and has distinguished honor of being the longest continuing serving committee member in Pennsylvania. Most notably, has accumulated an astonishing 1,285 volunteer hours with the ESGR in the past 8 years alone while serving in a variety of overlapping roles. I commend Dell Spafford for earning the James M. Roach Spirit of Volunteerism Award for his commitment to our citizen soldiers and for his dedication to supporting military-civilian relations in north central Pennsylvania. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
This is the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 106th anniversary of Abyssinian Baptist Church. For 106 years, Abyssinian Baptist Church has helped thousands of people find salvation and spiritual help. It serves the community through faith-based initiatives and brings hope to residents who need it. The spirit of this congregation is represented in one of the church's original names. In 1939, the church was called Friendship Baptist, and it is through friendships that this congregation shows how much it cares about people. In addition, it inspires the community with a strong dedication to serving the Lord our Savior. In the process, it has helped thousands of people who have walked crooked roads to find straight paths. So congratulations again to Deacon James Destin and the pious congregation of Abyssinian Baptist Church. It is an exceptional faith-based community in my district. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Ruth Stenicle, a loving wife, mother, and social worker. A native of Egg City, New Jersey, Ruth held positions with Children's Seashore House and New Jersey Division of Youth and Family Services. In 1989, Ruth and her husband, active member of the choir at Wesley Monumental United Methodist Church. She traveled internationally with the choir, singing in cathedrals across Europe. Ruth also traveled to Israel and Jordan with Cape May United Methodist Church. As an artist and an avid gardener, she painted much of the beauty she saw in nature. Ruth was also a member of the Savannah Art Association and the Garden Club of Savannah. Another passion of Ruth's was reading. More than being an avid reader, Ruth was a proponent of learning for learning's sake. Every week for more than 20 years, Ruth read to children at Royce Learning Center at Chatham Academy. She will be dearly missed. Our thoughts and prayers are with her and her family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to call for a bipartisan House and Senate Select Committee to address gun violence. Later this week, the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force will meet, and I pray that substantive work will emerge. The Second Amendment provides Americans the right to have a gun to protect themselves and their families and rifles to hunt. These weapons of war are different. To be clear, we're talking about the weapons that spray hundreds of bullets in seconds, tearing bodies to shreds. The folks in my district, whether they're Republicans or Democrats or independents, are on the same page. They want us to double or triple the number of mental health professionals, pass red flag laws, safe storage laws, common sense, comprehensive background checks to keep these guns and rifles away from people who want to hurt others. And most agree that these weapons of war have no place in our communities or anywhere near our children. On this, we need both parties to be about public safety. This bipartisan group of both House and Senate members can make it happen, and we have to act fast. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to remember and pay tribute to a true hero, Alan Moskin, a resident of New York's 17th District who recently passed away at the age of 96. Alan was a World War II veteran who fought with valor and bravery against Nazi Germany. Alan was among the liberators of a subcamp of the notorious Mauthausen concentration camp in Austria, where he and his unit freed more than 1,500 prisoners from certain death. Alan Moskin's service and courage serve as a stark reminder of the sacrifices made by so many during the Second World War, our greatest generation. Alan dedicated himself to fighting for freedom and justice, and his bravery will never be forgotten. He frequently visited schools and spoke with students about the importance of never forgetting the Holocaust or the horrors perpetrated during it. He spoke at Memorial and Veterans Day events. He spoke at Yom HaShoah events, and how fitting it is that his passing comes as we enter Holocaust Remembrance Day. His community involvement was a testament to his desire to further the education of our youth and impart on them the importance of treating each other with kindness. And most of all, I will miss seeing him at our naturalization ceremonies, where he would talk about the importance of service and lead new citizens in the Pledge of Allegiance. May Alan's memory always be a blessing. He will be sorely missed. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor a true trailblazer in North Carolina's 1st Congressional District, retired United States Army Air Corps bomber pilot, Major Joe Balo. Joe and I had a chance to chat in Franklin County, and this World War II hero, who at the age of 102 shared countless stories of service with a vivid recollection of the detail. During our chat, Joe shared with me when his airplane was shot down. He also shared about witnessing soldiers paying the ultimate sacrifice. Joe will continue to be a beacon of hope for Eastern North Carolina and America. Mr. Speaker, Joe's selfless service will ensure the freedom of future generations of North Carolinians and Americans. I thank and salute Joe and others like him across America. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am honoring my Veteran of the Month, and I want to thank you for your incredible service to our country, brother. I really appreciate it. You're a big deal where I come from. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Corporal Chris Bryant, an American hero who served his country and community for the past 26 years. In January 1997, he left the Knox County Sheriff's Office to join the Marine Corps. He graduated basic training as an infantry machine gunner and was assigned to Kings Bay, Georgia, where he was stationed to watch over the nuclear subbase. In 2002, he returned to the Knox County Sheriff's Department. In 2004, he was assigned full-time to the Narcotic Division along with his dog, Storm. During his 12 years in the Narcotics Division, he has worked with the FBI Drug Task Force and has been promoted to lieutenant. In 2023, he enlisted in the Tennessee Army National Guard and is currently attending military police training in Smyrna, Tennessee. Our country's heroes are the men and women of our armed forces, like Colonel Bryant, who have served and sacrificed for our freedom and protected our communities. It's my honor to recognize Corporal Chris Bryant as Tennessee's 2nd District April 2023 Veteran of the Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to highlight advancing health care at both the federal and state levels to meet the health care needs of people living in the northwest quadrant of Ohio, including the mentally ill. Our federal-state joint efforts in combined funding of over $35 million awarded to Toledo's Academic Medical Center at the University of Toledo through the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid have allowed UTMC to upgrade critical trauma care from Trauma 3 to Trauma 2. In addition, Congress appropriated over $81 million in 22 and 23 to Ohio through the Substance Abuse and Treatment Block Grant. This morning, I had the privilege of welcoming Ohio Governor Mike DeWine to Toledo as we toured the University of Toledo's Medical Center and the state's Northwest Ohio Psychiatric Hospital. Governor DeWine is the first governor to visit the state facility in this 21st century. This important visit shows that Ohioans are continuing to make progress to strengthen critical medical assets for the region in a bipartisan fashion at every level. Our medically underserved region must continue to champion medical advancements on every level. Onward, Northwest Ohio, a community that cares for all people. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Texas is now recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege to rise in the People's House to honor Selena Quintanilla Perez, an icon and trailblazer from South Texas whose music has transcended borders, cultures, and generations. Her unique blend of cumbia, Tejano, and pop has captivated audiences around the world and introduced my community's culture to millions of Americans over the last 30 years. Selena's seamless mix of Spanish and English lyrics, combining Mexican folklore and R&B, perfectly capture the richness of a beautiful culture that is shared by millions of us who are both fully American and proud of our Mexican heritage. Selena's music is essential to the soundtrack of our lives, and that is why I'm submitting for nomination her album, Amor Prohibido, to the Library of Congress for historical preservation, in honor of her birthday, which was yesterday. May Selena's legacy be forever engraved in our hearts and our nation's history. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight a letter recently sent to the administration from myself and my colleagues from Indiana in support of the Midwest Alliance for Clean Hydrogen proposal. I was proud to support in the 117th Congress a bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which established this regional clean hydrogen hubs funding opportunity. Northwest Indiana and our Midwest region has a robust and well-established agricultural, manufacturing, and transportation infrastructure networks, and we are prime central location for the development of a new hydrogen technologies and the delivery of hydrogen products. I am grateful for the leadership of Senator Young, Senator Braun, and my House colleagues for their vocal support, and I look forward to continuing to work with them and all the stakeholders to advance this transformational proposal that will create new, good-paying job opportunities for everyone in Northwest Indiana, the region, and the Midwest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's my privilege to rise to offer my sincerest congratulations to Jon Rahm for his decisive victory in the 2023 Masters Tournament. Every spring, the world's greatest golfers travel to Georgia's 12th district to play at the world's greatest golf course, Augusta National, a tradition like no other. As people from all around the world make the trip to my district or tune in from the comfort of their homes, they get to experience one of the country's greatest competitions in the world of sports. And in doing so, they get a glimpse into the beautiful city I am privileged to call home, Augusta, Georgia. Many thanks to Chairman Ridley and the members of Augusta National and the staff and volunteers for another magnificent tournament. In winning this year's tournament, Jon Rahm joins an elite group of Spanish Masters champions that include Sergio Garcia, Jose Maria Olazabal, and John's very own role model, the late Seve Ballesteros. In typical Masters form, John made his charge to the top of the leaderboard on the back nine on Sunday to finish with a 3 under par 69 score to finish at 12 under. He did so on the 66th birthday of his role model, Seve Ballesteros. Congratulations to Jon Rahm. You are a most deserving champion. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to welcome the Greater Houston LGBT Chamber of Commerce on their first trip to Washington, D.C. I am so proud to represent so many thriving LGBTQ and allied businesses in my district and in the Greater Houston area. This week, Chamber representatives are in Washington to advance policies that foster economic inclusion and equality for the LGBTQ+ business community. I want them to know how welcome they are here in Washington, in the U.S. Congress, the People's House. And I want to recognize them for being here, for their efforts and engagement, and for being great partners and leaders. The Greater Houston LGBT Chamber of Commerce brings the best of our diverse, dynamic, and inclusive community to Washington this week, and I could not be more proud to represent them or to welcome them here to the People's House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This month marks the 60th anniversary of the loss of the nuclear submarine USS Thresher, SSN 593. On that fateful day, on April 10th, 1963, 129 sailors and shipyard workers went out on an engineering trials. They encountered engineering problems that they were unable to recover from, and tragically, all hands were lost. The submarine service that I served in became much safer as a result of this tragedy. And I'm honored, as the first nuclear submarine veteran to serve in Congress in 50 years, to remember those that were lost today. But even more importantly, we remember the widows that were created that day and the children that grew up fatherless. And we stop and we remember them and say thank you for the life that you've lived without those loved ones. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to a Texas judge's attack on women's reproductive freedom. This ruling undermines proven scientific research and needlessly restricts women's access to health care. Mifepristone is a safe and effective medication that has been used by millions since it was approved by the FDA 2 decades ago. Medical determinations should be left to medical professionals. I am thankful for the work of the Healy administration in my home state to insulate Massachusetts residents from this decision. The Commonwealth must not let Texas set the agenda for women's health care. I also strongly support the work of organizations like Mayday Health, who are informing and empowering women to make their own decisions about their reproductive health and working to get the medication across state lines. On the federal level, I join my colleagues in submitting an amicus brief to the Supreme Court, urging them to protect a woman's right to choose. I will not stop fighting to ensure access to safe, effective reproductive health care for all Americans. I yield back.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Clause 5A-4A of Rule X and the order of the House of January 9th, 2023 of the following members of the House to be available to serve on investigative subcommittees of the Committee on Ethics for the 118th Congress.
Mr. Bentz of Oregon, Mr. Klein of Virginia, Mrs. Kim of California, Ms. Lee of Florida, Mr. Mann of Kansas, Mr. Owens of Utah, Mr. Pence of Indiana, Mr. Rose of Tennessee, Mr. Rouser of North Carolina, Mr. Yacom of Indiana.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Sherfilis McCormick, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of the special order hour.
Without objection.
For the next 60 minutes, we have a chance to speak directly to the American people on issues that are of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, the constituents we represent, and all Americans. I rise today for the Tennessee Three, who stood in the face of bigotry and vitriol to fight for the communities they serve. After 6 lives were lost due to gun violence in Nashville, the Republican-led Tennessee legislature expelled 2 black lawmakers who stood with families, teachers, and students to demand a solution. What happened to Representative Justin Pearson and Representative Justin Jones is an utter disgrace. This expulsion was a blow to our democracy and underscores the legislature's flagrant disrespect for the First Amendment rights. The families of those who lost loved ones in the Covenant School shooting deserve real legislation and solutions, not bigotry and petty politics. As elected officials, it is our solemn responsibility to keep our communities safe from gun violence. But extreme Republicans have other priorities, protecting their NRA instead of our children and silencing the voices of our black leaders. Extremist Republicans continue to look the other way as our schools become firing ranges, as our movie theaters become firing ranges, as our places of worship become firing ranges. It should provide us with some comfort that both of these lawmakers expelled were recently reinstated with unanimous support. Local leaders in Shelby County and Nashville were able to see through the hatred and recognize that Representative Pearson and Jones were fighting for their constituents. However, not forgetting that what happened in Tennessee legislature can happen in any community, anywhere in our country. Any state could be next, including my home state of Florida. And we cannot forget about why Justin Jones and Justin Pearson were expelled in the first place. They were fighting for an answer to end gun violence epidemic that wreaks havoc in all communities in our country. Nashville, like so many other cities, have been touched by this crisis. Families in South Florida know it all too well after a gunman entered the grounds of Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School and took 17 innocent lives in 2018. Enough is enough. I urge Congress to come together in passing an assault weapons ban before more lives are lost. This senseless violence can no longer be left unaddressed. I would like to yield to my colleague, the Honorable Jonathan Jackson from Chicago.
Thank you, Congresswoman McCormick. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to confront a multitude of challenges that have relentlessly gnawed at the very soul of our nation. The devastating plague of gun violence, the erosion of our democratic values, and the insidious persistence of racism that continues to cast its dark shadow over our society. As we stand today, heavy hearts with sorrow, we remember the innocent lives lost in the tragic mass shooting at the Covenant School in Nashville. 3 young children and 3 adults were mercilessly taken from us, leaving a void in their families and communities that can never be filled. The Metropolitan Nashville Police Department identified the victims as Evelyn DeCarcos, 9 years of age, Haley Scruggs, 9 years of age, William Kinney, 9 years of age, Catherine Contz, 60, Cynthia Peak, 61, Mike Hill, 61. In the wake of this unspeakable tragedy, the Tennessee State Legislature, a body that was meant to protect its citizens and uphold the values of this great nation, chose to abdicate its responsibilities. Instead of working tirelessly to keep their community safe from the horrors of gun violence, they opted for an unprecedented and unjust course of action, expelling 2 black members of the Democratic caucus who stood with families, who stood with teachers, and who stood with the will of the students in their righteous demand for gun safety reform. Representative Justice Jones and Representative Justin Pearson, 2 black and duly elected representatives, were silenced, their voice snuffed out like the candles in a storm. The GOP-led House's action have sent a chilling message that racism, the vile scourge that has blighted our nation's history, is still live and well. My fellow colleagues, it is high time we stand up and speak truth to power. We must stand tall, shoulder to shoulder, and declare that we will no longer tolerate this blatant racism and anti-democratic behavior. We will not let the echoes of the past define our present, nor dictate our future. To truly understand the gravity of the situation in Tennessee, we must delve into the sordid history of state legislatures in the South and their treatment of black lawmakers. During the Reconstruction era, we saw the rise of black political representation. However, this progress was met with fierce resistance from the white supremacists who sought to maintain their grip on power. In Georgia, 32 black legislators known as the original 33 were expelled from the General Assembly in 1868. They were among the first African-American state legislators in the United States. 24 of their members were ministers. Their only crime was the color of their skin. This blatant act of racism sets a dangerous precedent for future generations. In the turbulent times of the civil rights and anti-war movements, Mr. Julian Bond, a key figure in the founding of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, was elected to the Georgia House of Representatives in 1966. Amidst the struggle for justice and equality, the Georgia House refused to seat Mr. Julian Bond, alleging that his opposition to the Vietnam War rendered him unfit to serve. It took a Supreme Court ruling to overturn the decision and affirm Bond's right to serve in the state legislature. Moreover, we cannot forget that even the United States Congress has denied African-American lawmakers their rights to seats. It was on February 27, 1869, Congress rejected John Willis Menard, the first black man elected to the House of Representatives. Mr. Menard, a poet, a newspaper publisher, and politician, secured a resounding victory in Louisiana's 2nd Congressional District in November 1868. Despite his triumph, his election was met with fierce opposition led by the defeated white candidate Caleb S. Hunt. Then Congressman James Garfield argued it was too soon, quote, for a Negro, close quote, to join the Congress and that the seat should be declared vacant to save the $5,000 salary. As a result, Mr. Menard was never seated, and his constituents were denied representation until the next election. It is both disheartening and infuriating that even after more than 150 years since the end of the Civil War, we continue to grapple with the same injustices that have plagued our nation since its inception. Racism remains deeply entrenched in our society, and the expulsion of the Representative Justin Jones and Representative Justin Pearson in Tennessee is a stark reminder that our struggle for equality, justice, and fair representation is far from over. We as a nation have not made as much progress as we should have, despite the countless sacrifices of our forebears. Black people in America continue to face systemic oppression and are silenced in various forms. The legacy of slavery, segregation, sedition, and racial violence casts a long shadow over our society. However, it is in the face of adversity that we find our strength. Throughout history, black Americans have persevered, united, and fought for their rights, standing tall against the forces that sought to silence them. From the brave men and women who stood up against racial segregation to the pioneering lawmakers who broke barriers in the state legislatures and Congress, their resilience and determination have paved the way for future generations. Now it's our turn to carry the torch of progress. We must stand to demand an end to the injustices that continue to suppress the voices of our brothers and our sisters. We must actively dismantle the structures that perpetuate racism and inequality, ensuring that every citizen, regardless of the color of their skin, has the opportunity to thrive and make their voices heard. Let us draw inspiration from those who have come before us and have forged a new path towards a brighter future. Let the bold parallels of the past guide us as we reshape the narrative, ensuring that the sacrifices of our ancestors were not made in vain. It is our responsibility as a nation to guarantee that every American, irrespective of race, has the right to be heard, respected, and valued. We are one nation, indivisible, bound by our shared history and our common aspirations. Let us rise together and demand change, not only for ourselves, but for our children and our children's children. We must break the chains of injustice and the cycle of discrimination and ensure that our voices, the voices of Black Americans and all marginalized people will never again be silenced. Mr. Speaker, I yield my time back to the Honorable Congresswoman McCormick.
Thank you so much. I would like to yield to my colleague, the Honorable Yvette Clarke from New York's 9th District.
I thank the gentlelady from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Ms. McCormick, for yielding time. I thank my colleague, Jonathan, for co-anchoring this evening's special order hour. Mr. Speaker, I rise on this day praying for the speedy recovery of 16-year-old Ralph Yarl of Kansas City, Missouri, who was released from the hospital today after being shot in the head for ringing the wrong doorbell. We live in a society today where more and more communities are living in a reoccurring nightmare, reeling from gun violence. Now, gun violence is the #1 killer of children in the United States of America. And while it has always been Black communities that have borne the brunt and the most victimized and terrorized by gun violence, and have too often assumed the blame of a poorly regulated gun industry, I truly expected that there would have been some bipartisan action taken to protect the next generation after the tragedy at Sandy Hook all those years ago. Instead, the far right stays licking the boot of the NRA, taking their blood money and looking the other way. It has been crystal clear, it has become crystal clear that the right-wing Republicans could care less. It is unconscionable that they care so little for the lives of children. I mean, look at what has happened just this past week. Tennessee, Kentucky, Alabama, mass murder, mass casualties have become commonplace. But we can't make it normalized. It is not lost upon me that 2 Black lawmakers, Representatives Justin Jones and Justin Pearson, were expelled from the Tennessee House after joining peaceful protests against gun violence. Another generation who have had to grow up doing gun violence drills in their schools has now taken leadership and is leading the charge. So let's be clear. The CBC won't stand by and allow another Jim Crow era to take root while further GOP legislatures abuse their power, as we saw in Tennessee. The CBC will continue to push back against any and all efforts by Republicans to subvert the will of the American people, whether it is the effort to overturn our election on January 6th or efforts to silence or expel members from state houses who advocate for a better nation, a better America, safe from the horrors of gun violence. Let me thank the gentlelady from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, for yielding me the time. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield to my colleague, the Honorable Donald Payne from New York's 10th District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the gentlelady from Florida and the gentleman from Illinois for leading this special order hour, which is a great responsibility given to them by the chairman of this body. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the recent expulsion of 2 elected members of the Tennessee legislature. and the threat this action poses for American democracy. On April 6th, two black elected officials, Justin Jones and Justin Pearson, as we all know, were expelled from the Tennessee state legislature. They were involved in a peaceful protest to demand legislators pass stricter gun laws in the state. And why were they engaged in that peaceful protest? It's because their colleagues had tried to silence them on so many times during normal debate in committee and on the floor of the Tennessee legislature that they finally had to take these actions in order to be heard. And they were expelled because of that protest. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of those young men. They stood up for what they felt was right, and their opportunity as elected officials of that body to be heard. And if it took rebellion to be heard, a megaphone to be heard on the floor, then that's what they had to do. I was honored to be part of something similar that the Congressional Black Caucus led on this floor not too many years ago. I see my colleague Joyce Beatty here and my colleague Yvette Clark. We were both part of that rebellion. We sat down on the House floor, which is against the rules. But we sat down because of the same issue these young men spoke up for, gun violence, and we were tired. And John Lewis led us, as he had done so many times before, and we sat right down on that floor and held the House of Representatives for over 24 hours. Our colleagues tried to come back and disrupt us and scare us, but we were not unbowed. We continued to hold this floor until we had people understand that we were serious about this. Our children are being killed all over this nation. And the unfortunate thing that happens with so many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, until it happens in their community, until it happens to their friends, until it happens to their family, they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. But let it happen in their community and to their friends and to their family, we've got to do something. Just like the fentanyl problem, major problem in this country now. Been urban communities screamed about the opioid issue for 20 years, and nobody did anything. But now that it's impacting their families, now it's a health issue. We have to understand that all issues in this country should be looked at in that manner. These young men were brave, articulate, and made sense for their protests. The horrible and unnecessary gun violence that occurs every day in this country. In March, a former student entered Covenant School in Nashville and killed 3 students and 3 adults. The school was part of Nashville's Covenant Presbyterian Church. Like millions of Americans, Tennessee residents are sick and tired of gun violence. And I have many members behind me, so I will not belabor the point. But Mr. Speaker, when are we going to address this issue? When are we going to look? Majority of the people in this country say they are willing to have reasonable gun background checks to make sure criminals or people with mental illness do not have these weapons, because we're finding many times those are the people that are having these issues. So why can't we deal with that? It's not unreasonable. Every American has a second right amendment to own a gun. But we make sure we keep guns out of certain people's hands. And that's what we need to do. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to my colleague, the Honorable Joyce Beatty from Ohio's 3rd District.
Mr. Speaker, first let me say thank you to my colleagues, my friends, for chairing tonight's special order hour. To the gentlelady from Florida and to the gentleman from Illinois, thank you for speaking truth to power. Thank you for reminding us of our history. Thank you for reminding us why we are here tonight as we speak to the nation. And Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening to stand in solidarity with my members of the Congressional Black Caucus and with the Tennessee Three. I have this raised fist on this poster behind me saying, I stand with the hashtag Tennessee Three. You see, Mr. Speaker, as we speak truth to power tonight, in the face of an unspeakable tragedy which 6 Americans, 3 educators, and 3 babies, 9 years old, were murdered senselessly due to gun violence. The move by the Tennessee legislature to expel these lawmakers for using their voice to speak truth to power is unjust, undemocratic, and un-American. You will hear those words riddle through our chambers throughout the night. To silence lawmakers for standing up for the will of the people, that's not democracy. I am glad that my classmate, my colleague, and my friend, Congressman Donald Payne, reminded us of April 7 years ago in this very chamber, where in a full House, we had to sit in and stopped the Congress in an effort to get laws passed on gun violence, gun reform, because of the number of times we come to this chamber, we come to the floor's microphone, and we say, 1 minute of silence. We did it today, Mr. Speaker. And if Democrats and Republicans can come and stand in this chamber and in a solemn, hollow voice, beg us to pray for another mass shooting, beg us to stand together for 1 minute, 60 seconds in it, because lives have been lost to gun violence with assault weapons. I respect the Second Amendment, but I don't respect coming to this floor, and I don't respect the individuals that will not bring gun reform to this floor in legislation that will help us eradicate what we're living through. It's just not fair. If I had my way, I'd put a piece of legislation on the House floor that says we can't come to the floor and do a 1 minute when we're losing lives, because we can put something in place to make a difference. The expulsion of the state representatives Justin Jones and Justin Pearson, 2 Black duly elected members representing minority districts, makes it clear that racism is still alive and well in this nation. What happened in Tennessee's legislature was a blow to our democracy. If this can happen in Nashville, it can happen in any community in this country we call America. Republicans in Tennessee's legislature shut down the members for standing up for our children. Mr. Speaker, gun violence is a leading cause of death. Mr. Speaker, gun violence is an epidemic in our country. Inaction, Mr. Speaker, should not be an option. We need more leaders and officials standing in the front lines with the American people to ensure them that we are fighting to ban assault weapons, fighting to protect our children, fighting to protect our communities, and yes, fighting to protect our democracy. And that is exactly what the Tennessee Three did. 2 black men, young men, and a white woman stood together for justice. They fought to defend our democracy and the power of our voices. And yes, as you've heard, and I imagine will hear repeatedly again, just yesterday, another tragedy in this nation, taking the lives of 4 Alabama young people, 16 years old, going to a birthday party. And I imagine this week we will come to this floor again, Democrats and Republicans, and acknowledge that this should not have happened, and acknowledge that again we should bow our heads for 1 minute, 60 seconds. As a grandmother, as someone who has grandchildren who I hope can live to look to the future, I would hope that we would stand here and say for our children, if not for us as Republicans and Democrats, that we can stand together and come up with some type of legislation for gun reform. So let me end here by saying, yes, we should put gun violence at the forefront of our agenda. Mr. Speaker, it's simple. We should put people over politics, because not bringing gun reform to this floor is simply a political maneuver. So let me say we stand here together as members of the powerful Congressional Black Caucus, and we remind you that you cannot expel justice and you cannot expel our voices. I yield back and thank you to my colleagues.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, can I inquire how much time is remaining?
The gentlewoman has 33 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I would like to yield to my colleague, the Honorable Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee from Texas's 18th District.
I'm delighted, but sad, but empowered, but anguished, but yet fulfilled, but yet rising, but yet encouraged, but yet ready to fight this evening. And I thank the gentlelady from Florida for her distinguished leadership and friendship. I'm delighted as well from the gentleman from Illinois for his shining leadership and transformational changes that are happening in and around his district in Chicago. I'm honored with my other colleagues that are here, and I thank Chairman Horsford and Chairman Beatty, Emeritus of the Congressional Black Caucus, and I'm honored to again call the Congressional Black Caucus the conscience of the Congress, and yes, the conscience of the nation. We can say that because in our midst, we have had the Honorable John Lewis. Mr. Speaker, I want to go down memory lane just a bit, but as I do so, and before I speak to the irony of the connection of the Tennessee Three to the historical record, does anyone remember the Georgia 33 as we have been brought to highlight? 33 black legislators right after the Civil War, 1868, proud and standing tall because of some way of gaining the right to vote. And the people there, the freed slaves after the 13th Amendment was eliminated, ending slavery in the United States, our freed slaves could vote. Property owners, as I believe. And they elected 33 black legislators. And they were proud. Oh, you can see them with their button-down suits, speaking the best English that they could and fighting for their constituents. That is what we are to do here, listening to the ear and having the ear of their constituents. And yet, within a few moments of their great victory of election to the Georgia Assembly, they were expelled, thrown out because of the color of their skin, which began the demise of Reconstruction and the black codes and the horrors of the rage of the Klan and others leading into the 1900s. I'm reminded of George White, who stood on the floor in 1901, who had been drawn out of this Congress, member of Congress, and said the Negro will rise like the phoenix. And then in 1966, I'm still stunned. Brilliant young man by the name of Julian Bond was duly elected by his constituents. He had their ear and they had his ear. Young man. And he had all the willingness to do what was right as an elected member of the Georgia Assembly. And he was expelled for his supporting of the fact of the SNCC, the organization that he'd previously led, indicating that the Vietnam War violated international law. He didn't speak of the soldiers, which I have repeatedly said, that our soldiers put on uniforms unselfishly. We never accuse them. They fight and they die. And they died in Vietnam from all communities, from the south to the north, the east to the west, from our backyards. But yet, because he expressed a democratic belief, meaning his right to a belief that might have been different, but because of democracy, he had the right to speak, he was expelled. Now we come to the fear and the absolute outrage of lack of understanding. I'm baffled by the expulsion of the Tennessee Three, Representative Pearson, Representative Jones, and Representative, as I recall, Johnson. And all they did was come to hear the ear of America's best, the youth, the children, crying out again, how much more bloodshed can we take? And the Congressional Black Caucus has been a leading force, joining with our colleagues. And let me say this tonight, Mr. Speaker. We come from the same state. Let me just say this. We all tend to oratory. We're passionate and emotional. But I believe after all these years and all the deaths of children, can we find even a sense of Congress that would lead us to be able to condemn gun violence as being the #1 killer of our children through homicide? And that the very fact that 4 children died and other innocent persons in Nashville just a mere couple of weeks ago. I want you to know that I feel personal pain when the news rises up in the early morning hours of what happened the night before or the weekend. I have a personal pain because my tenure here was a tenure during the assault weapons ban, but in the midst, there was Columbine. But the numbers showed that they went down, the assault weapons incidences. But now I'm living with Sandy Hook, I'm living with Parkland, Virginia Tech, I'm living with Texas Tech, I'm living with any number of those in Texas, from the Walmart to the church, to Uvalde, where I went and walked with the families and went to funerals and cried and wondered, why are children dead, 19 of them? And so these young men in Tennessee were walking the pathway of the Georgia 33 and Julian Bond. As history reflects, they did nothing wrong, and these 3 individuals, one who was not expelled, did nothing wrong as well. They were representing their constituents. They were nonviolent. They were in the midst of civil disobedience. They could not be heard. They were on the floor, and one could do a lot of things. And so I come today to be able to join my colleagues and to, again, ask for the question of justice and democracy and freedom, and to be able to salute these 3 and to say that in their name, from Tennessee, now from Alabama, where teenagers were murdered, can we not do our work on the floor of the House, from banning assault weapons, from passing a sensible storage bill, the Emily Vaughn storage bill, to getting rid of ghost bills, to making red flag law permanent and not voluntary, because that happened in Louisville, mental health concerns, and a number of other places. Can we not do this? I simply close with the respect to the late Representative John Lewis. I simply close and pay tribute to him, for it was before your tenure, Mr. Speaker, that we did take to the floor of the House to sit with his leadership in the pain of another shooting of children. Way back during Parkland, we couldn't take it anymore. I wonder if this is not the moment where we can find common ground. I'm going to look for my friends on both sides of the aisle to see whether we can find common ground on some form of gun safety legislation. And then I will say to those Tennessee 3, John Lewis said, never give in, never give out, never give up. I pay tribute to them and all others who have never given up, never given out, and never given in. God bless all of you, and I thank you, and I yield back. God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
I would like to yield to my colleague, the Honorable Lucy McBath from Georgia's 7th District.
Well, first I want to thank the Honorable Sheila Sherfless McCormick and also Jonathan Jackson. On behalf of the CBC, thank you so very much for standing on the front lines tonight for this very special hour. I rise this evening to address the frightening assault on democracy, which took place in the Tennessee legislature. In the days following the tragic shooting at the Covenant School, Representatives Justin Jones and Justin Pearson demanded action to keep their communities safe from gun violence. In the spirit of our dear departed friend, and as we've talked about him a great deal tonight, John Lewis, these lawmakers were doing nothing more than making good trouble. And in response, the Republican Party majority in Tennessee took measures to expel Representatives Jones and Pearson from their positions, undermining the will of the voters who sent them to Nashville. This is simply unconscionable. This is not how it works. This is not how democracy works. This is an attack on the very principle of representative democracy on which our nation was founded. Our children are being murdered in their classrooms. And rather than work on solutions to prevent these senseless tragedies from happening again and again and again, Republican leaders in Tennessee opted to expel the lawmakers who are simply fighting for change, fighting to save lives, fighting to save lives of everyone in this country. Our children are being murdered in their classrooms. We watch it day in and day out. We watch it at birthday parties, on our front doorsteps, in their friends' cars as my son Jordan was murdered. We cannot look away from the tragedies that are devastating families all across this country. Shame on us. Shame on this body to turn a blind eye to the massacre of human life. Who have we become in this body that we have no thought for preservation of human life? And we cannot seek to silence the voices that are crying out for change, because we are not powerless. We have the power. We are the body. We have solutions to put an end to gun violence that claims over 100 Americans in this country every single day. Solutions that the majority of Americans support, that are crying out for. What happened in Nashville sets a very disturbing precedent. Efforts to silence duly elected representatives can happen in states all across this country. It happened right here in this very chamber. But the will of the American people will not be overturned. The efforts of those who would rather betray trust in our democratic institutions than fight to keep kids safe in our school, those efforts will fail. And we will continue our efforts to make good on the promise that we must fulfill for Americans' children. A better and safer America is what they deserve. It's truly possible if we have the will and the courage to do it. Representative Jones and Pearson are disruptors. And yes, for cultural change to make this community, our community, safer, it means disruption. That's how change happens. And as we talked about earlier, mentioning the sit-in with Representative John Lewis on the floor, when that happened, I was leading a rally outside the Capitol, disrupting, to make sure that people's voices were heard, to make sure that survivors and victims like me have the ability to express and ask this body to do what's right. The time has passed. It's long overdue. And over and over and over and over again, we come before this House and this body and ask people to stand up with courage and do the right thing. When will it happen? Do we have the courage to act? And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield to my colleague, the Honorable Troy Carter from Louisiana's 2nd District.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. To my esteemed colleagues, Congresswoman McCormick from Florida, and my esteemed colleague, Representative Jackson from Illinois, I thank you for your leadership. I thank you for your commitment. I thank you for allowing us to have this opportunity to speak on such an important measure. I was outraged by what we all witnessed in Tennessee at the beginning of April, following the tragic mass shooting at the Covenant School. The Republican majority in the state legislature chose to avoid passing any meaningful gun reform or even having any meaningful discussion about gun reform. Instead, sought to thwart democracy, to silence the critics who stood with the community, who demanded action. Prayers are wonderful. I subscribe to them daily. Well-wishing is a wonderful thing, and they make you feel good. But that alone, without action, is not enough. We as elected officials are sworn to a task, to a duty, to serve, to provide. In Tennessee that day, we failed the people of Tennessee. We failed the people of America. Instead of action, they expelled 2 black Americans, members of the Democratic caucus, who stood with parents, teachers, and students to demand action and to speak truth to power about the reality of gun violence. This was an attack on our democracy. And all of us, Republican, Democrat, and other, should be outraged with such an attack on democracy. Because this issue today may have been an issue that the majority ruling party didn't like. What happens tomorrow when we unilaterally seek to silence the voices of duly elected people in a democratic society? Stop and think about that for a second, viewers. Stop and think about that, my friends. Stop and think about the threat to our democracy The cornerstone, the pillar of our society is freedom of speech, freedom of expression, the ability to disagree and to have meaningful discourse. That's what we all ran on. That's what the mighty Constitution protects. Yet, in Tennessee, that was ignored. It was ignored. It was defiled. And everyone of every race and party should find disdain and pain with that kind of treatment in a democratic process. In the post-Civil War Reconstruction era, 4 members of the House, James Lewis, John Willis Maynard, P.B.S. Pinchback, and Josiah Thomas Walls, were wrongly denied the right to take their seats. These egregious actions in Tennessee show us that the fight for black representation in the United States is still an ongoing battle. Our democracy is built on the freedom of speech and freedom to protest. To expel elected representatives for standing with their neighbors after an horrific act of gun violence against children is appalling. I'm enraged that it was 2 black lawmakers who were expelled. Black people in the United States have historically been vilified for speaking up. We've been beaten. We've been attacked by dogs. We've been hosed with powerful water hoses. We've been hanged from trees. And yet, in 2023, 2 duly elected members of a state legislature were unilaterally dismissed and removed from service for standing up with the people. There were no guns. There were no spears. There were no chokeholds. There were no fighting. There was no profanity. There was no broken windows or broken arms. It was mere words. Mere words that defended the Constitution of our land, that defended the people to protest against something as egregious as the death of children. And we say we don't need to do anything with gun control. You can't find one thing, my dear friends, on the other side. Can we find any one thing that we can come together on that would suggest that we hear the pain, we hear the cries, we see the eyes of black and white mothers and fathers who will never see their children again? Yet we continue to find a comfortable place in the shade and hide behind rhetoric. The time has come for us to do something, to act, to move, to show the American people that we will not continue to sit back and watch senseless killings on our streets. Look at the statistics. We have more mass murders in the year than we have days in this year. Doesn't that mean anything? Doesn't that cause you to cringe and say, no more? Black, white, Republican, Democrat. There are lots of things that we can agree to disagree on. Public safety should never be one, particularly when it comes to standing up for our young people. Today, we send a promise of action, and we ask you to join us in delivering on that promise of action. Today, I stand for justice. Today, I stand with the Justins. Today, I stand with the Tennessee Three. Today and every day, I invite you to join me and others in supporting the bare principle of democracy and protecting its people. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time is remaining?
Minutes remaining.
I'd like to yield to my colleague, the Honorable Maxwell Frost from Florida's 10th District.
Thank you. I'm here today because I, like the rest of our nation, am outraged by what we have seen happen in Tennessee. 6 innocent people died as a result of senseless gun violence in Nashville, a school shooting that will never be forgotten where we lost children. And instead of banding together to honor these victims, to honor those families, to honor with action, real action that would save lives, Republicans in the Tennessee legislature took the racist step of expelling 2 black lawmakers who stood with the families, who stood with the students, who stood with the teachers and their constituents in demanding change. The only things that Representative Jones and Pearson are guilty of is doing the right thing, of standing with their people, their constituents who sent them to the state legislature to fight for their lives. And that's why they have already been unanimously reappointed to their positions by their people in their local governments. I can pray and act and fight for a day when we are more outraged that children were murdered in a pool of their own blood at school than we are having black folks that have the audacity to take up space in the halls of power. Well, guess what? Representative Jones and Pearson will continue to take up that space. Black lawmakers such as myself and my colleagues in this room will continue to take up that space. The people, children, who the leading cause of death in this country for is guns, will continue to take up that space. And as long as there's injustice, we will not be silent, and we will continue to fight for a world where no one has to have the fear of gun violence. I commend Representative Jones and Pearson. They are American heroes because they fight for a day where we can be safe. Thank you. I yield back.
I'd like to yield to my colleague, the Honorable Sidney Kamlager-Dove, from California's 37th District.
Thank you, and I would like to thank the gentle lady from Florida and the gentleman from Illinois for managing this very important special hour. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the blatantly anti-democratic and frankly racist expulsion of Tennessee Representatives Justin Jones and Justin Pearson. In response to the Covenant school shooting that claimed the lives of 3 innocent children and 3 staff members, Representatives Jones, Pearson, and Johnson protested on the floor of the Tennessee House. They were calling for long overdue, common sense gun reform that would help save lives of children and keep our communities from becoming war zones. They engaged in good trouble, similar to what Congressman John Lewis did when he sat on this very floor to demand action to end gun violence. What the Tennessee Three did was righteous. Yet instead of joining the calls to keep our communities safe, extremist Republicans retaliated by expelling Representatives Jones and Pearson, 2 young black male lawmakers. Actions of civil disobedience by black men and women have been the impetus of change in our nation, from boycotts to peaceful protests to sit-ins. I know we like to romanticize the civil rights movement, but let's be clear. It was not long ago that dogs were sicked on young people for wanting the right to vote, and their disobedience was in nonviolently persisting. Representatives Jones and Pearson's only disobedience, quote unquote, was in being vocal and unapologetic about gun violence in this nation and about being black. Unfortunately, throughout our history, black people fighting for a stronger democracy and a more perfect union have been silenced and shut down by white supremacy. And when asked to make a choice between democracy and white supremacy, those in the Tennessee legislature chose white supremacy, and ignorantly presuming that this could happen without any attention. But they were wrong. There is a long history of attacks against black legislators going back to the Reconstruction era, or even the case against civil rights advocate Julian Bond and Congressman Adam Clayton Powell. Tennessee Republicans managed to expel 2 duly elected black legislators, but the vote against Representative Johnson, a white woman, failed. We cannot ignore the racial undertones of this incident and the efforts to temporarily disenfranchise black voters and muzzle black voices. Was it the color of these young men's skin, their age, their hair? As a black legislator, I know what it feels like to have to explain my very presence in these spaces. And sadly, my story is not unique. It is the story of individuals in Black and brown communities everywhere. That is why I introduced a resolution to immediately condemn the actions of the Tennessee legislature and to recognize this as an attack on the very heart of our democracy. I want to thank Representative Steve Cohen from Tennessee for joining the resolution with me. He is a true advocate for the people of Tennessee. In addition, I am proud to work with my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus who reached out to Representatives Jones and Pearson and assured them that they have our support. My colleagues stand by me today as we demand more from a country founded on the principles of liberty and justice for all, because it is clear that we live in a nation where liberty and justice are only granted for some. I am glad that both Representatives Jones and Pearson have been reinstated as interim representatives so that they can continue to serve their constituents. Their municipal governments saw the importance of getting back and getting them back to work. They have it right. The Tennessee House had it wrong. But the fact that it took national outrage and the shaming of the legislature of Tennessee is absurd. I will continue to work with my CBC colleagues to call out attacks on our democracy and Black communities across the country as we work to advance racial equity and address the needs of Black Americans. Because these young men were fighting to end gun violence. As you have heard, guns are the leading cause of death with children and teens, and Black men are 10 times likely to be killed by gun violence. They were speaking truth to reality, and they were silenced. I don't know why the truth is so scary, but that is why I am so proud to be part of the CBC to make sure that we are reminding people of the truth every single day. Thank you, and I yield back.
Prior, how much time is remaining?
2 minutes.
I yield the gentlelady 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to Chairman Horsford and Representatives Sherflis, McCormick, and Jackson for convening this Congressional Black Caucus Special Hour. I rise today in solidarity with my CBC colleagues in support of the Tennessee Three and in staunch opposition to the dangerous precedent set by Tennessee Republicans. Just 10 days after 3 children and 3 adults were brutally and tragically murdered, rather than working to prevent that tragedy from happening again, the Tennessee Republicans expelled Representatives Justin Jones and Justin Pearson in a gross abuse of power, a blatant infringement of free speech, and a disenfranchisement of the voters of the 52nd House districts. Attempts to compare the actions of the Tennessee Three to those of January 6 insurrectionists to justify the expulsion trivializes the tragic events that occurred in this very building. Nobody died in the Tennessee House. A bullhorn is not a pipe bomb. Nobody called for members of the Tennessee legislature to be hung. Instead, Tennessee Republicans have set a dangerous precedent that threatens the very foundational principles of American democracy by attempting to silence calls for gun reform. This is something that should concern every voter. A controlling party cannot invalidate the will of the people simply because they don't agree with the position of their colleagues or their peaceful exercise of their free speech. And I stand with my CBC colleagues in denouncing this overreach. We will not stand idly by for such threats on democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I yield to our chairman, Stephen Horsford.
I want to thank our co-anchors and all of the members who spoke, and I want to send one very clear message. The actions of the Tennessee legislature, led by the GOP, was a direct assault on our democracy, on people's duly elected representatives. It smacks of overt racism, that they would expel 2 of the youngest Black men in their body for simply speaking on behalf of their constituents. This is still an ongoing threat that we should be concerned about, because what happened in the Tennessee legislature was a blow to our democracy, and if it can happen in Nashville, it can happen in communities all over our country. This should concern every American, including my Republican colleagues, because the hallmark of a vibrant and healthy democracy is the very thing that the Republicans in the Tennessee legislature shut down: freedom of speech. The Congressional Black Caucus won't stand by and allow another Jim Crow era to take foot while GOP legislatures abuse their power, as we saw in Tennessee. We stand with the Tennessee Three. We stand with the parents calling for gun violence to end in their communities. We stand for free speech, and we stand for our democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Yes, thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Good evening, and what an honor it is to stand before you and lead special orders on this night. Before we begin, I ask unanimous consent that all members have up to 5 legislative days to revise and extend remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message. That message is our nation's higher education system is being purchased and manipulated by the Chinese Communist Party. America needs a wake-up call. I thought that wake-up call would come in the form of a Chinese spy balloon. And if it was the Chinese spy balloon sent to wake us up, it seems as America has hit the snooze button. A few weeks ago, several members of the Education and Workforce Committee were briefed on the scheme, the manipulation of the Communist Chinese Party on higher ed in the USA, and it was shocked. We were all shocked. It was a shocking report, and we wanted to share the truth of how far China and what they're doing to infiltrate and take control over higher education in the United States. Since 2013, $12 billion have poured into our higher education system from foreign sources. China is by far the largest of foreign donations since that time. And between 2013 and 2020, U.S. universities accepted over $1 billion, nearly $1 billion from Chinese donations. The tuition paid by Chinese students is estimated to be over $12 billion per year. It's time we look at this influence and take it seriously. It started over 20 years ago, Mr. Speaker, with that China's been playing this game of infiltrating, manipulation, and trying to purchase influence. It started with this game they call the Confucius Institutes. These centers teach Chinese languages and culture, but avoid discussing China's widespread human rights abuses and present Taiwan as undisputed Chinese territory. They are simply a propaganda machine funded and directed by the Chinese government. And we haven't even gotten started on what they're stealing from us, Mr. Speaker. So tonight, members of the Education and Workforce Committee and other invited members are going to tell the story of just how far China has been infiltrating our university systems. You're going to hear how top colleges and universities that have not fully reported donations from foreign sources, including that of the Chinese government. You're going to hear the administration not enforcing existing laws requiring full reporting of these foreign sources. Universities in their desire to seek donations from the public, sometimes unexpectedly or yet overly, take money from foreign sources, and in this case, many times from the Chinese government. You're going to hear also how the United States is losing the technology edge that we've long enjoyed for many years in computing and science and engineering, all kinds of energy sources where we were the dominant player, but now, because of theft and
China's influence in our university system is now, those edges in technology are now leaning China's way. You're going to hear about that. So, Mr. Speaker, as we begin tonight, I just want to say that it's long due that we hear the truth and we are fully aware how bad China's is. I would first like to yield a few minutes to the chairman of the Education and Workforce Committee, the gentlelady from North Carolina, Dr. Virginia Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Mr. Bean, Congressman Bean, for his leadership on the Education and Workforce Committee, and also his leadership in leading this special order tonight. It is a very important issue to the people of the United States, and I'm very proud of him for taking the leadership in putting this special order together. Mr. Speaker, we are engaged in a new era of warfare with our foreign adversaries who are vying for influence and control not only over America, but especially over America's post-secondary education system. Losing on this 21st century battleground has serious consequences for free thought, economic competitiveness, and national security. Foreign adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party have used power and monetary influence to infiltrate colleges and universities to grow their sphere of influence in American society. And Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, when we talk about China and its exertion of force and its exertion of power, we're not talking about the Chinese people. We're talking about the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP. So let us be clear on that tonight so that nobody mistakes who we see as the enemy. It's the Chinese Communist Party. At face value, foreign contributions coming into universities might seem harmless, but the reality is foreign money often comes with strings attached. And we know with the CCP, there are always strings attached. Every dollar that institutions accept from undisclosed foreign entities that do not share our nation's values sends them deeper into a dangerous entanglement that undermines our republic. For years, this influence scheme has been going on, yet neither the Chinese Communist Party nor institutions of higher education have faced repercussions for their actions. Indeed, during the Trump administration, it discovered $6.5 billion in previously unreported foreign money to universities from adversarial countries. And for the first time, real progress was being made to hold institutions accountable for undisclosed contributions. But mysteriously, when the Biden administration came into office, all progress toward discovering these contributions stopped. The Department of Education is shirking its duty to enforce the law and has abandoned robust scrutiny of undisclosed foreign gifts and contracts that violate Section 117 of the Higher Education Act of 1965. Mr. Speaker, we have known since 1965 that the potential for damage done to our institutions through foreign contributions was possible. Section 117 is the single most important enforcement tool at the Biden administration's disposal to protect against the threats posed by our foreign adversaries attempting to steal research and buy off students and faculty on our nation's campuses. Republicans have sent multiple letters to Secretary Cardona demanding answers about this foreign money. Yet this administration continues its pattern of stonewalling Congress with limited and woefully insufficient responses. This is a part of Congress's oversight responsibility, Mr. Speaker, and is not being done on a whim. It's unacceptable that the Biden administration has exercised minimal effort to expose the lack of integrity happening at so-called elite institutions. The possible consequences of the department's limited engagement are dire. Section 117 is effective only if it is enforced. That's why congressional oversight is necessary to hold the Department of Education accountable to enforce the law. We must fight money and coercion, beginning with accountability and transparency. Without accountability and transparency, the Chinese Communist Party could win this new age battle, because America has been fighting with one hand tied behind its back. But, Mr. Speaker, I say no more. My Republican colleagues and I will not stop until we see rigorous enforcement of Section 1117, hold the universities responsible, and hold the Chinese Communist Party responsible for what it may be trying to do. With that, I yield back to my colleague from Florida, the chair of the Elementary and Secondary Education Subcommittee, Mr. Bean.
Dr. Fox, thank you so much. You are doing such a great job as chairman of Education and Workforce. Thank you for the opportunity to serve on that committee. And thank you for highlighting the decades-long campaign that has manifested into bigger problems for America by the Communist Chinese Party. America's education system is being purchased and manipulated by China. Since 2013, $12 billion has flooded in from foreign sources to U.S. colleges and universities, including more than $1 billion from Communist China. Rather than forcing colleges and universities to comply with reporting requirements under Section 117 of the Higher Education Act, this administration is playing into the hands of the Communist Chinese Party by refusing to pursue enforcement. The past 2 years, Mr. Speaker, this administration has been trying to distract the American people of the very real threat China poses with its far-left policies. That ends tonight. And up next, to help spread the word of exactly how bad an actor China is my friend and colleague, the gentleman from California. He is the chairman of the Subcommittee on Workforce Protections, Mr. Kevin Kiley. Mr. Speaker, I yield 8 minutes to Mr. Kiley from California.
Thank you very much to my colleague from Florida. And I appreciate you identifying this very important issue of the attempt of the Chinese Communist Party to gain influence at American universities in very concerning ways, because it so clearly highlights the mentality and strategy of the CCP, that they understand where the battle lines are being drawn in the 21st century. And the truly concerning thing is that increasingly China is beating the United States at its own game, outpacing us and the rest of the world in key areas of technological advancement. Through their actions, the CCP has shown an understanding that the 21st century will belong to the most innovative nation, the one that's able to harness the full power of new technologies. And so
China knows that for decades that nation was unquestionably the United States. But here's what we've seen over the last 2 decades, is that China has dramatically ramped up its own investment in research and development, cutting into America's traditional dominance. From 2000 to 2019, China's share of global R&D quadrupled to nearly a quarter, while our share slid from 37% to just 27%. China has increased its R&D spending by nearly 16 times over the same period and plans to compound its R&D investments by an additional 7% annually. By contrast, federal R&D investment in the United States has never surpassed 0.8% of GDP over the last decade. Of course, spending isn't the only metric that matters. The United States is also increasingly losing the talent battle, and the trend lines are getting worse. China has consistently graduated more STEM PhDs than the United States, and of course, many are getting educated right here in the United States. Looking at the publication of peer-reviewed articles in journals, Chinese scholars surpassed the United States in the last decade. In 2020, China published 38% more peer-reviewed articles than the United States, and is on track to extend this gap even further over the next 5 years. So this all puts in perspective the pervasive attempts by the Chinese Communist Party to gain leverage over American universities. Even though colleges and universities are required to report foreign gifts and contracts under Section 117 of the Higher Education Act, over $6.5 billion in unreported federal money received by colleges has already been uncovered. The Biden administration has done little to enforce this reporting requirement or open new investigations into how China is influencing our higher education system, even though China wields the spending to co-opt innovative research. And that is the key, is that China has signaled that intellectual property is absolutely key to its long-term goals. And for years, the CCP has sought to acquire IP through outright theft from U.S. companies or by gaining influence in our universities. But we also have to acknowledge in this discussion is that their strategy has gotten much more sophisticated. That in addition to outright theft, China has signaled its plans to, in fact, elevate the status of the China National Intellectual Property Administration to make it a top-level independent agency. And while President Biden didn't mention IP at all in his most recent State of the Union address, Chinese President Xi Jinping speaks about IP frequently. We will increase investment in science and technology through diverse channels and strengthen local protection of intellectual property rights, he said in his speech at the opening of the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of China last year. So clearly, the United States is at risk of forfeiting our technological edge at a time when it is more important than ever to protecting our national interests. To outcompete China, we need to out-innovate China. And that requires policymakers to act with urgency, not only to protect our companies and universities from Chinese influence, but also to change the policy environment in ways that promote and protect American innovation. But unfortunately, recent policy changes have done just the opposite. For example, FTC Chair Lina Khan has proposed sweeping new rules to unilaterally ban employers from using non-compete agreements, something California, by the way, has already done. This will hamstring employers in the most competitive, trade secret-rich sectors, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and precision manufacturing, and render the United States less competitive than China. Meanwhile, administrative processes at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office are creating headaches and worse for innovators seeking to defend their patents. A quasi-judicial administrative body within the USPTO, the Patent Trial and Appeal Board, or PTAB, has become a favored forum for companies to challenge the validity of patents they are accused of infringing. This works to the disadvantage of innovators and small businesses who must defend their IP in court, and the PTAB simultaneously reducing the incentive to invent in the first place. But here's the good news, is that the United States has a proven track record of beating authoritarian governments in strategic technological competitions. But we didn't beat the Soviet Union to the moon by chance. It required a generational investment in cutting-edge research and development, which was enabled by American citizens solving the toughest technological problems of their day. And we have that same capacity in the challenges we now face in the 21st century. But that requires a change in how we approach intellectual property and innovation in this country. And I think that the issue that is being highlighted today, the outright attempts by the CCP to go to our centers of research, of higher learning, our centers of intellectual life in this country, shows that they understand the stakes. And it's time that we here in Congress and throughout our government understand that as well. So I want to thank my fellow subcommittee chair for bringing this issue to our attention, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kiley. Ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Speaker, if you're just tuning in, China is manipulating and trying to peddle influence among our our higher universities, and members are standing up and saying enough. You know, a few weeks ago we saw, and to great amazement, this Chinese spy balloon that cruised over our most sensitive sites in our country. We were told at the time, we're blocking it from transmitting any data at the time. But now we have found that that spy balloon was transmitting pictures and information of our most sensitive military and nuclear sites in real time. Who knows? I don't know if we'll ever find out the true damage of that espionage break. Why on earth it wasn't shot down? Maybe, I don't know. But what about the things we can't see? We can't see what China is doing to buy influence and to infiltrate our university systems. But somebody that's going to tell us his angle from it is a gentleman who was part of a delegation that just last week went to Taiwan, went to an Asia tour to meet with leaders of just exactly what's going on over there. But Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes, Mr. Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend and colleague, Mr. Bean of Florida, for gathering us here this evening to raise awareness about the rising influence of foreign adversaries in our institutions of higher education, namely China and the Chinese Communist Party. As you mentioned, I just returned on a foreign affairs congressional delegation trip to the Indo-Pacific region, where we met with the leaders of Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan to talk about the aggression of China, not just from a military standpoint, but from a diplomatic and an economic standpoint. And here tonight, we're talking about the aggression of China to take over America through its educational institutions. Universities across the nation are being exploited by the Chinese Communist Party and other foreign adversaries, with the CCP leading efforts to infiltrate college campuses, to steal our intellectual property, spread propaganda, and collect information to send back to China. Our institutions of higher learning play a vital role in preparing our workforce for not only the next step in their career, but in evolving as contributing members of our society. On college campuses across the United States, China has sponsored ambassadors to enroll in American institutions called Confucius Institutes to take advantage of domestic resources while influencing public perception that China is somehow compassionate and does not pose an economic or security threat to this nation. And they're doing it all within our borders, and it's simply false. The Confucius Institutes aim to expand the Chinese footprint on universities around the world, influencing our students and threatening academic freedom. In the United States alone, China has spent over $150 million developing these programs by planting over 100 of the institutions. Today, there are 13 Confucius Institutes in the United States, with over 100 of the previously established institutes having closed or being in the process of closing, thankfully. These so-called culture centers have given universities a direct line of communication with foreign adversaries, in addition to a direct source of foreign funding. By law, universities receiving gifts from foreign countries with a value over $250,000 are required to report these donations to the Department of Education. Several prestigious universities, however, across the United States, including universities such as the University of Pennsylvania, MIT, Harvard, Yale, and Georgetown, received funding, lots of funding, millions and millions of dollars of funding from foreign adversaries between 2014 and 2017, yet they failed to disclose any of these donations to the Department of Education. I wonder why. During the Trump administration, the Department of Education actually enforced the law and investigated these reports and donations, ensuring that universities were compliant in this reporting. As we all know, transparency is the key to accountability in this country. Yet here we see lack of transparency on the part of these universities. Unsurprisingly, the Biden administration, who has been weak on foreign policy and the promotion of American interests, has not yet investigated the nearly $6.5 billion in unreported foreign money received by colleges and universities during the Biden administration. I'll repeat that again, $6.5 billion. And you ask, what is that money buying the Chinese Communist Party? The administration's failure to enforce the law and ensure transparency and accountability of foreign money funneled into the United States institutions is dangerous, and it reveals a lack of desire to protect American national security and our values from bad actors. The stake that the Chinese government has in universities has given the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party a seat at the table of our educational institutions, a seat they should not have. They are strong-arming free speech and academic freedom. They're rewriting history, the history of the Chinese Communist parties, and they're doing it all through the dissolution of our free speech and our academic freedom, those pillars of our society. As members of Congress, it is of the utmost importance that we have accountability over the foreign dollars entering our college campuses and universities and ensure that dangerous ideals are not being promoted across the country through the Chinese Communist parties and other foreign adversaries that would use this information and these investments against our national security efforts. American universities and colleges are esteemed for brilliant research and academia. We must not tolerate foreign governments stealing critical information in these premier research programs for the purpose of using it against the United States and weakening our national security. I can tell you again from experience, these past couple of weeks have opened my eyes to the reality of the threat that is the Chinese Communist Party. Again, it's not just our diplomatic status, it's not just our economic warfare that we're engaging in, it's not just what we're seeing from a military presence that they have around the island of Taiwan. No, it is now indeed in our educational institutions. We must push back on every front. It is a multi-front fight that we cannot lose, or we will lose this nation. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moran. Mr. Speaker, our nation's higher education system is being purchased and manipulated by the Communist Chinese Party. You've heard about it, and we keep hearing about it. You see, China can't keep up with our nation's unrelenting free market system that is constantly innovating. So the only way they see to catch up with us is to cheat and steal our intellectual property and infiltrate our university systems and steal our discoveries. It's got to end. Let's hear more of what China is doing to manipulate our university systems. And I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, to recognize the distinguished chair of the Higher Education and Workforce Development Subcommittee, Mr. Burgess Owens of Utah. I recognize him for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my esteemed colleague from Florida. Here's some facts you need to know about the abysmal record of the Chinese Communist Party on human rights and against our American way of freedom. China's carried out the torture, forced sterilization, and sexual abuse of over 1 million Uyghurs. China is ranked 175th out of 180 countries that lack freedom of the press, and is notorious for jailing journalists for dissenting voices. Chinese officials have detained, tortured, and executed protesters with impunity. Since 2013, U.S. colleges and universities have received more than $1 billion in gifts and contracts from the Chinese Communist Party and its affiliated sources. As a result, professors, student groups, and guest speakers critical of the Communist Party's human rights abuses have been silenced and threatened and deplatformed. The Chinese regime is spreading anti-democratic, anti-American propaganda by funneling large sums of money into higher education. Sadly, we have Americans who think and continue to think that turning their back on our nation for self-aggrandizement is okay, that profit over patriotism as a culture that's infested our country and infested our institutions of higher learning is okay. This must end. It It is a national security issue when Communist Party simply buys onto a platform that manipulates our children, their education, the vision, and ability to appreciate this great country. We have for years allowed the Chinese Communist Party to find home in our high schools and colleges with their Confucius Institutes. Granted the credibility of our institution and a pipeline of our children, they indoctrinate them into their form of government that can only survive through tyranny that is good, and that our form of government, a representative republic that thrives on freedom, is bad. It is on these college campuses where stealing our intellectual property, technology, and national security secrets is not looked upon as betrayal, which it is at the highest, but instead deemed a necessity to build bigger, more spacious buildings and to hire more bureaucrats committed to teach our impressionable and trusting children that Marxism is okay after all. The manipulation of our children on American soil, paid for by American taxpayer, is unacceptable. Again, the profit over patriotism culture that has infested too many of our higher education institutions must stop now. As we watch a slow-moving communist spy balloon that took a week to lumber over our nation, doing figure eights over our military bases, then as we learned this morning of the secret communist Chinese police station spying on, intimidating, and disrupting free speech of Chinese Americans in New York City, we have to wonder what is really being taught or not taught in our educational system. It is indeed broken if our past generations, taught by these institutions, can see the blatant attacks on our American culture and think there's nothing wrong. That the present of misery, chaos, hopelessness, and divisiveness throughout our nation is normal and acceptable. From establishing a bipartisan select committee on China to reducing reliance on foreign adversaries for our American energy needs, the House GOP has delivered on its promise outlining our commitment to America. That is, to counter the malignant influence of China in corporate boardrooms, social media, and on college and high school campuses. We've done so in our first 100 days. As the chairman of the Higher Education and Workforce Subcommittee, I'm proud to lead the charge in ensuring the freedom of speech of every American on every college campus and to preserve the integrity of America's higher education. I am committed to champion the freedom and liberty we enjoy as Americans. As was a statement made by a Japanese admiral after the attack on Pearl Harbor and the deaths of close to 3,000 Americans, I fear we awaken a sleeping giant. To the Biden administration that has for 2 years been asleep as our nation has faced threats from within and without, the American people will not stand by and let our children be indoctrinated out of our beliefs in freedom, our American way, and the history of our proud Americans who sacrificed their blood, sweat, and tears to grant us this great, great gift. You've awakened a sleeping giant, a freedom-loving we the people. I thank you, and yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burgess. Mr. Speaker, our nation's higher education system is being purchased and manipulated by the Chinese Communist Party. You've heard from various members who've given you details of how it's done, but we need somebody who can give us the big picture. We need somebody who can give us big ideas. We need somebody who can give us big solutions. There's only one guy that can do that, Mr. Speaker, and so I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman for yielding time to me. There's a great Chinese scholar, Professor Sheridan, wrote a book called China and Disintegration, and he analyzed the fall of China's government in the early 1900s, before you moved to kind of an anarchical situation where you saw the rise of Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang, versus ultimately post-World War II, Mao Zedong and the Chinese communists long marched as they marched around, and eventually the U.S. wavered and China fell to communism under Chairman Mao. Well, so what was the premise of China and Disintegration? It was an analysis of why great powers, great nations, great empires fail. They fail because of a loss of geographical integrity. They fail that's the first thing. The second thing is they fail because their currency loses value and trust. Once that goes and the culture begins to change, they're either overextended or they allow individuals with malevolent intentions to come into their country and influence the population. So what do we have? We have a wide open border. So we've lost our geographical integrity. We have $31.4 trillion in national debt and rising inflation. We have nations like India contemplating moving to the Chinese yuan for their currency of exchange instead of the dollar, and they've settled on the rupee. So we've lost economic integrity as well. So what has happened? Well, China views, as they always have, themselves, that's why it's Chu, meaning the center. They view them as the center of the universe. They have viewed Westerners as barbarians. And Mao and his ambitions were superseded ultimately by Deng Xiaoping, who said, we're going to put a unique spin and have a hybridized economy. And it's going to have some elements of capitalism, but it's going to be communistic overall. Now, why did he do that? Because they were failing as a communist state. And we built the Chinese middle class. We built the Chinese deep-water navy. We gave China superior telemetry. Ladies and gentlemen, we have basically given China our technology. What we haven't given them, they've stolen. So now you've reached a point where you have a CEO of a company like Nike who says, we're not an American company anymore, we're a Chinese company. Now, how have they done that? There are literally tens of thousands of Chinese national students in our universities. So when we talk about the billions of dollars that have come in donations, a more insidious thing is the out-of-state tuition that funds these state universities who rely on out-of-state tuition. And so they come in and they pay that tuition. And it's not a normalized situation. To come over here as a student, you have to be a member of the CCP. There are 330 million people in the CCP, as many as we have living in the United States today. And they send their students over here, and they exit. They leave, and they go home with what? Our technology and experience that we've given them to defeat ourselves. We can continue to put our head in the sand and hope that it isn't true. There are those who believe it's xenophobic to talk about this. But I appreciate the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, being here tonight and leading this special order because Americans need to know the peril that we are in, because China doesn't view us as an economic opponent or competitor. They view us as an adversary, a geopolitical adversary. And for them, they want to be the world's dominant hegemon. That isn't me saying it. You can look at any modern writing within the top leadership of the CCP. It's pretty clear. And I would suggest that we need to take back our educational institutions, couple that with the integration. We need to decouple our economic integration and dependence upon China. They know we're dependent. They know they can exploit that. We saw how they exploited it just recently in the COVID-19 epidemic. Let's be wise.
we're going to have to take action. With that, I yield back to the gentleman, and I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Biggs. Mr. Speaker, our nation's higher education system is being purchased and manipulated by the Chinese Communist Party. And tonight you've heard from various members of a fantastic committee and other members led by Dr. Virginia Fox, shining the light on just how bad it is, just how blind an eye that we've turned to it. And for the last 20 years, we now realize through donations and purchases and influence in sending their kids here to school, as well as something called the Confucius Institutes, that it's all for the propaganda and a way for China to infiltrate and manipulate our higher education system. So, Mr. Speaker, where do we go from here? We have work to do, including alerting America, which is what we're doing tonight, but also alerting our higher ed, our leadership in our universities and colleges, to let them be wary of any foreign donation coming into their institutions. Particularly, it should be a red flag, anything coming from China. The Department of Education should immediately enforce existing laws. Should we make a new law? How about enforcing the laws that are already on the book, requiring these institutions, some of the biggest names in higher ed, to report the foreign gifts and grants? The Biden administration should ban all Confucius Institutes and all collaborations between U.S. institutions and Chinese entities affiliated with Chinese Ministry of State Security immediately. Congress should also consider to withhold state and federal funds from colleges and universities that resist efforts to eliminate CCP influence operations. And lastly, the State Department. Mr. Biggs said it so well. The State Department must review visa applications from adversarial countries, including the CCP, from background and research plan of every applicant for a student visa. We need to say no. We need to say no to the CCP coming in, getting our information, and then going back home. We've got lots to do, but it starts with alerting the American people. We have done that tonight. The rest of the work is up to this Congress. It's up to the administration to enforce our laws and to hold these universities and China accountable for exactly what they're doing, which is manipulating and using undue influence in our higher education system. It stops now going forward. Mr. Speaker, with that, thank you very much for the time, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Remind me of that at the end.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to be here tonight. And I'd ask that any of us that wish to revise and extend our remarks be given 5 days to do so.
Without objection.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to talk tonight about this debt ceiling, this mysterious debt ceiling that we hear so much about. And I'm joined by two of my colleagues that have strong ideas about this as well. But I want to just relate something to America so you can hear this. We had a meeting several weeks back talking about the debt ceiling. And I don't think anybody had ever asked this question. And I started asking it at every meeting. I said, how much does the Biden administration want to raise the debt? We're set at $31.4 trillion now. We spend $4.9 trillion a year, $6.1 trillion a year, but we raise $4.9 trillion. Every month we fall short by about $100 billion. And so I said, how much do they want? Well, when I first started asking the question, I said, well, nobody, everybody said, no, I don't know. We don't know. But now it's $4 trillion. That's what I'm hearing. It's $4 trillion. Tonight we heard 3.5.
But in any event, it's $3.5 to $4 trillion. So I asked the next question. I said, look, I really want to know what happens if we don't lift the debt ceiling. I don't know, these guys might have been there. The fellow was nonplussed. This former deputy at the OMB, Office of Management and Budget, economist. He stood there for probably 2 minutes. Nobody had ever asked him that question before. And he says, nothing will happen. And I said, how can that be? I'm hearing that it's collapse city. Tell me, how can that be? He said, all the bills go to OMB, and they get forwarded on to the Fed, and they all get paid as they come in, as they come due, and they just keep paying them. I'm here to tell you that the debt ceiling is mysterious. It's a black box. It's the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. And it's time for us to face the facts that if they're going to try to leverage us, then we have got to do something to make this more responsible, the spending more responsible, and get our budget back together. With that, I'm going to yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman, my friend from Montana, Mr. Rosendale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Representative Biggs, my good friend from Arizona. Mr. Speaker, President Joe Biden wants to raise the national debt by over $3 trillion over the next 2 years. Washington is bleeding American taxpayers dry with their addiction to spending with no end in sight on this endless financial disaster. The U.S. already has roughly $31.6 trillion in debt with no concrete plan to pay it back. Most folks cannot even fathom how much money that truly is. But Congress can avoid raising the debt ceiling almost indefinitely by returning spending to pre-COVID levels and practicing fiscal responsibility. On March the 28th, my colleagues and I proposed targeted cuts to non-defense discretionary spending that would reduce the deficit by $100 billion over the next year and reduce the total spending by more than $1 trillion over the next decade. I am proud to co-sponsor over 500 bills that were introduced by Representative Andy Biggs to achieve this. These are concrete, common sense proposals to eliminate woke and wasteful spending from our federal government. We must rescind unspent COVID-19 money and stop funding the radical left's wish list like the IRS expansion, wasteful green energy projects, and student loan bailout. Congress can still pass a strong budget which protects Social Security and Medicare benefits without having to raise the debt ceiling at all. Yet, Democrat leaders have yet to respond to this proposal, and the President has made it clear that he is unwilling to work with any Republicans. Biden's proposed budget of $6.8 trillion represents a nearly 32% increase in spending since the COVID-19 pandemic began. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, my fellow colleagues, the pandemic is over. The federal government was big enough in 2019. The American people were taxed enough already in 2019. When the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act passed, it lowered federal taxes for all Americans. That's right, for all Americans, and led to the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years. And it's generated nearly $1 trillion a year more in federal revenue. It's inappropriate for the President to ask American people for even more of their hard-earned money when there is still over $100 billion in unspent COVID relief money lying on the table. There are too many wasteful organizations and woke government programs that do almost nothing for the American people, while costing them billions each year in increased spending and increased regulatory burdens. In fact, the Congressional Budget Office produces a long list of federal departments, programs, and agencies that are still no longer even authorized. But many of these programs still receive funding. This is just one example of the countless ways that Congress could address our spending addiction. Mr. Speaker, our deficit is getting worse every year. Congress has failed in its duty to provide sound stewardship of the American finances, and we are all facing the consequences of this failure. Worse yet, the consequences of our decisions will fall on the future generations of Americans. We all need to come together and find a solution to this problem and shrink Washington and grow America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Montana. He mentioned unauthorized programs that we're continuing to fund. There are more than 1,200 federal programs that are unauthorized right now. $500 billion. That's what we spend every year for those 1,200 unauthorized programs. Congress hasn't authorized them. They've expired. We haven't reauthorized. But we're still spending $500 billion a year. And people wonder what's crazy about D.C. Let me give you one more data point. That same meeting that we were talking about, the gentleman was getting ready to leave, this economist, and then we had another former, actually we had a former head of OMB there with us. I asked them, can you tell me how many agencies there are in the federal government? The answer was no. I said, what? He said, nobody knows. That's hard to believe. I couldn't believe it. So I did some more digging. Nobody can tell me. Nobody can tell me how many federal agencies there are. But we can tell you how much we're spending. We're spending over $100 billion every month more than we bring in. With that, I'm pleased to yield such time as he may consume to my friend, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Bob Good.
Thank you, Chairman Biggs, my good friend from Arizona, for your leadership on this all-important issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you also to my friend from Montana and his remarks just a moment ago. The founders gave in the Constitution the authority for spending to the House of Representatives. It's the House of Representatives that most directly reflects where the American people are, what the American people's wishes are on a federal level. It's not the White House, it's not the Senate, certainly not the Supreme Court. It is the people's house, the House of Representatives, which proportionally represents everyone across the country, equally with some 800,000 citizens per representative. It's the House of Representatives that has the responsibility. We have the responsibility to ensure our ability to pay our nation's debts and to protect the credit or the borrowing capacity for when it's necessary of the United States federal government. We talk often about what are the threats, the greatest threats to the country. There are numerous existential threats to our country right now, I would submit like never before in the history of the United States, brought on by the policies of this administration, Mr. Speaker, and those who had the majority of both houses for the previous 2 years. Whether it's the open border, where some 6 to 7 million illegals have swarmed into our country, facilitated and helped by this administration's policies. Whether it's our broken education system, our indoctrination on our college campuses, our K-12, whether it's the weakening of our military, our failures on the national stage, whether it's the threat of China, or whether it's our national debt and our spending. And as we address tonight and discuss the national debt and the spending and the debt ceiling issue, the spending piece of this, the responsibility of the House, is not just addressing that issue, but how we manage the United States spending. The federal spending addresses all of the other issues. To utilize the power of the purse, to stop funding the harmful policies, not just the wasteful, reckless spending, but the literal harmful spending that's making our country less safe, less secure, less prosperous, and less free. And as we talk specifically about the national debt, it's been said already tonight, over $31 trillion. I happen to serve on the Budget Committee. A couple of weeks ago, we brought before our committee once again OMB Director Young, Shalonda Young, the Biden administration's budget director. Funny term to apply budget director to anybody in this administration, Mr. Speaker. But as we were having a chance to question the budget director for the Biden administration, I asked Ms. Young, what is the national debt? And she could not tell me. She said it was somewhere around maybe 24 trillion, and I corrected her that it was over 31 trillion. I asked her, how much does that equate to per American citizen? She did not know. I helped her with the fact that it's nearly 100,000 for 330 million American citizens. 100,000 per citizen. That means about 300,000 per taxpayer or per family. I then asked her, what is the percentage of GDP? Debt to GDP. She did not know, Mr. Speaker. She thought it might be 90-something%, and I helped her with the information that it is about 125% debt to GDP ratio. I asked her when it was the last time it was that high in the history of our country. She did not know, and I helped her to realize it was World War II. To follow up on what you were saying a moment ago, my friend from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, we also had before another committee that I serve on, our Federal Reserve Chairman, Powell, another caucus I'm a part of, the Republican Study Committee. And he spoke to us about interest rates and about trying to bring down inflation, shared his remarks, and once again did not deal with the issue of the national debt. Didn't even bring it up. Didn't even bring up the federal spending. And I said to him, what is the number one cause of the inflation? And historically, when we raise interest rates, we're trying to what? Cool a hot economy to ward off a recession. Instead, we have caused the inflation with the spending, and now we're making it worse on the American people by raising the interest rates in a futile attempt to reduce inflation in a weak economy and making things worse for the American people. Mr. Biggs, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the remarks a few moments ago from my colleague from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, I led a letter to Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen asking her about what Mr. Biggs was speaking about a moment ago. What is her plan to ensure we do not have a default when we reach the debt ceiling limit? How will she prioritize spending to ensure we don't reach that, we don't result in a default when we reach that debt limit? We have not gotten satisfactory answers to that. And Mr. Biggs is exactly right, Mr. Speaker. When we exhaust these so-called extraordinary measures, which part of my letter also asked, when will we exhaust those? How is that determined? Have not gotten satisfactory answers to that either. But the fact is, when we reach the debt limit and we can no longer utilize gimmicks and clever tactics to try to extend that, we will simply have to prioritize our spending. We've got a record $5 trillion coming to the Treasury, never happened before in the history of the country. Frankly, because of the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which has done what always happens in history: when you cut taxes, you get more income, more revenue. Don't let the Democrats and the majority or the administration lie to us, Mr. Speaker, and tell us we have a deficit because of the tax cuts. That's simply not true, with $5 trillion in revenue coming into the Treasury the first time in history. However, because, as Mr. Biggs said, we're spending over $6 trillion, if we reach the debt limit and we can no longer delay through these extraordinary measures, we will simply have to prioritize spending. It will force, that's why they don't want to do it. That's why they don't want to reach it. That's why they want your $3 or $4 trillion, Mr. Rosendale, Mr. Biggs stated just a few moments ago, because they don't want to have to prioritize spending. There's more than enough revenue coming in to fund Social Security and Medicare. There's more than enough revenue to pay the debt, the interest on the debt. We would simply be forced to cut discretionary spending. But we have a plan that we in the House Freedom Caucus have put forward to cut somewhere in the range of $1.5 trillion immediately out of the gate. And then and Mr. Biggs led the way on this with 500 bills with 500 specific targeted cuts towards those 1,200 unauthorized but still appropriated in previous Congress programs that would save us another $500 billion, so that we would never have to raise the debt ceiling again if we have the immediate $1.5 trillion in cuts now, and we use the appropriations process this fall to cut even further. And again, I yield back to Mr. Biggs, and I thank him for his leadership on this issue.
I thank the gentleman, and I inquire of the Speaker how much time we have left.
14 minutes, sir.
Oh, great. Thank you. Let's see how much I can consume with that, Mr. Speaker. And I would have to say I commend you on your endurance because you've stood the whole time, and I've watched you going now for two plus hours now. Well done. I'd be sitting down right now. So the HFC proposal that we put in just recently, and I think this is really important. The idea is to shrink Washington and grow the country again. We proposed it in early March. The first thing is you cancel the student loan forgiveness plan, which totals $609 billion. You cut the wasteful, woke, weaponized spending programs to get the nation back on track. You eliminate Green New Deal tax credits and subsidies. I recently scored it at 350. I'm told now it's $400 billion. $400 billion. Between those two items alone, you're moving towards $1 trillion. You cut the IRS expansion. We already passed that out of the House. That's $80 billion. You take into account the 500 targeted reductions that we've made. Maybe you don't do all of them. Maybe you only do half of them. Maybe you do 50, 75, $80 billion worth. Then I'll tell you something else that you got to do. You take back the COVID money that we send out. There's about $80 billion of that hasn't been spent. Bring that back. All of that's in the first year. And I haven't even talked about reductions. That's the rescissions. Then you start reducing. And you can make them targeted. You can do the discretionary. And guess what? You start getting to a place where you are not blowing, you're not in the hole $100 billion a month. How about doing that for a year? How about doing that for a year? Well, I'm told that a lot of these folks don't really want to do that, and I find that hard to believe. So in fiscal year 2024 alone, if you add to what I just outlined, what we proposed, we co-sponsored, those 500 bills, we just want you to look at them for mercy's sakes. If you took all of them, you'd be a little bit over $100 billion in savings in fiscal year 2024 alone. Wow. There are ways out of this, aren't there? But it's going to take some courage, some discipline, and quite frankly, part of the reason that I wanted to do this tonight is I'm hearing all the time that we don't know where you guys are. And I'm like, how can you not know where I am? I've been so explicit, I'm transparent. Everybody knows where Biggs is because Biggs doesn't keep his mouth shut. This is where we need to be. We need to be telling the truth. And the American people need to understand clearly what's about to happen to them. What's about to happen to them is they're going to raise that debt ceiling. Somebody's going to raise the debt ceiling. The idea that they're talking about now, just so people know, is anywhere from $1.5 to $4 trillion. That's what they're talking about. And they're going to trade it for 10 years with maybe $3.5 to $4 trillion in reductions, in savings, net savings. Not even net savings, I'm sorry to say that, gross savings. That's just, so over here on that ledger, you're going to get $4 trillion over 10 years. But if you raise the debt ceiling by $1.5 to $4 trillion over those 18 to 24 months, now extend that out for the rest of that 10-year cycle. Yeah, you're not raising the national debt by $24 trillion, you're raising it by $19 trillion. So you're still hitting $50+ trillion because you didn't have the courage to make the reductions and the hard choices this year. My favorite thing to hear around here is we're going to have a 10-year plan to balance the budget. I can go back and show you people from 15 years ago. They still relive that first year over and over again because it is like deja vu. So this year they're telling everybody, oh, okay, we're going to do a 10-year plan. It's going to be great. We think we can get balanced in 10 years. Going to have to make some tough decisions. But next year they'll come back and say, we got a 10-year plan. We're going to have to make some tough decisions. And 2 years from now they'll come back and say, hey, we got a 10-year plan. Do it now. Do it now. And people tell me, well, you're conflating the budget with the debt ceiling. Well, you know why? Because I can tell you, if we don't do it now in the debt ceiling, when that budget comes around, you're going to have an omnibus bill. You're going to have an omnibus bill. That's what's going to happen. That may not work, so you get a CR. Well, part of the package HFC put out was that if you end up with a mandatory CR, you start reducing funding on that. And so you never have a government shutdown, which is in some ways too bad, quite frankly. Then we've also proposed adding the REINS Act. The REINS Act says before a bureaucratic agency can impose rules on anything that will impact more than, it's $100 million, right? I think that's way too high. I think it should be like $10 million, but they're telling me it's $100 million. Then you have to bring it back to Congress. I think that's a great place to start. You know why? We have delegated our authority to the bureaucracy. So you get the bureaucracy out there, they're making rules. That's the same thing as legislating. They're enforcing the rules. That's the executive branch power. And they're adjudicating whether you've committed a violation of the rules and fining you. In some cases, most of the 40,000 crimes that are federal in nature were created under the rulemaking process. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just telling you, our government is out of control, our spending is out of control. And guess what? If we went back to 2019 levels, which is what we've proposed, if you go back to 2019 levels, which nobody would say, we had too little government in 2019. If you go back to those levels, guess what? You can pay it because we were spending about $5 trillion, and now we are bringing in about $5 trillion. So let's go back to the 2019 levels, for Pete's sakes, and then let's do the rescissions to boot, and let's stop this endless cycle, or seemingly endless cycle, of national debt increase. And if we do that, then guess what we do? We stop the imminent bankruptcy of this country. We stop the devaluation of our currency around the world. We stop the inflationary pressures. And then once you do things like reduce some more taxes, reduce some more regulations, get some better energy production, well, then we go again to be the world's economic leader. Well, I'm just here to tell you, we've got a plan. We've presented our plan. I don't think anybody should ever say, Mr. Good, Mr. Rosendale, Mr. Biggs, and a half dozen others or so, that they don't know where we are. Tell you what, I've never voted to raise the debt ceiling. I don't think that's what I was sent here to do. And I'm finding it awfully hard to believe that there's any justification for raising it $2 to $4 trillion. I encourage everyone to understand that we can put an end to this cycle of self-immolation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Happy to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Our debate.